Good morning, honorable members, honorable guests, and everyone in the house. We do apologize for the late start. We had just a minor incident of one of the participants who fell ill and was attended to, so we needed to give way to that before we start the procession. We are about to start in a few minutes. It looks like everything is fine and the lady is fine now. So we apologize for the late start, but we're about to start the house. So we request everyone to settle down so that we then start with our procession. Thank you so much.
All rise. Order, Madam Speaker and the presiding officers.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer and meditation. You may be seated. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. Molweni nonke. Assai mense, ons is by die huis, né? Ja, is lekker om by die huis te wees. Let me first take this opportunity to acknowledge the acting Premier, the MECs, members of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, the participants that is here with us. Let me also acknowledge the traditional leaders of the Khoi and the San that we are having with us. I see a few familiar faces there. The religious leaders, the business leaders, the Troika of Nelson Mandela Bay Municipality that is with us, Deputy Executive Mayor Speaker, the Chief Whip. I see MMCs that is also with us there. I don't see the Mayor. As well as councillors of the Nelson Mandela Metro institutions supporting democracy, the provincial heads of departments, the provincial commissioners. Somebody said, I'm not sure, but somebody said provincial commissioner is here. The deputy provincial commissioners, the generals accompanying them, the DG of the provincial government and the provincial heads of departments, heads of provincial entities, the community-based organizations, members of the public representing the 60 wards in Nelson Mandela. You are most welcome. Can you give yourselves a warm welcome? I would always say Eastern Cape is regarded as the home of the legends. But if you want your legends, where do you come to? Nelson Mandela Bay, isn't that so? Yes. Chief Whip. Firstly, let's also acknowledge those that have joined us today and acknowledge the participants that was with us yesterday, that unfortunately due to the devastating flooding, localized flooding that has taken place in Nelson Mandela, that we had to call off the House proceedings of yesterday. I know some of them were very disappointed, but we want to take this opportunity to thank them for working with us, understanding the gravity of the situation that was there yesterday, but also extending a word of encouragement to all of those people in Nelson Mandela that have been affected by the flooding, and also to the team of the disaster that we've seen that is working all over in Nelson Mandela, assisting yesterday, where the members of the legislature in the different teams, accompanied by the councillors, went out to assess the state of the flooding and the impact that it's had on the lives of the people of Nelson Mandela Bay. I think just to acknowledge that we did not only cover the wards under the leadership of the MEC of Health, also there was visits to Utrecht Provincial Hospital, Dora Nginza Hospital, and the PE Provincial Hospital, and community centers. So all of the affected areas was basically covered. And I take my hat off to the legislature because we were able to intervene and to ensure that food packs were dropped off in 4 of the dire areas where we came across. We know that the need, Deputy Executive Mayor, is still out there, but we do hope that with the plan of the disaster management that they will be able to deal with all the other affected areas. The rain is not abating, so clearly the need will still be there. Honorable members, and everybody here today is an honorable member, so please listen up, participants. First rule is that when the speaker speaks, there is silence in the house. Do we understand that? That's rule 1. Nah? Yes, very good. Oh, we're going to be this is going to be a good house sitting today. Nah? So please, there will be a few announcements that we will be making, and I will therefore call upon the Secretary to make the announcements before we start with the proceedings. Over to you, Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Guests are required to remain in their seats during the proceedings and to limit movement in the house, but where there is a need to move out, This must be done without any disturbance. Members of the public who have been nominated by their respective wards to ask questions will be recognized by the speaker and will be assisted by the protocol officers that are in black at the time that they must come forward when we get to questions by the public. There are translation headsets, which is these headsets. If anyone requires a translation headset, they must indicate by a show of hand to the protocol officers wearing black, where we have English, isiXhosa, as well as the Nama language interpreters and isiSotho in the translation headset. So if you require this, you must just indicate by a show of hand. And for the first time, to you, Honorable Speaker, we have an interpreter in the legislature for the Nama language. Upon the end of the proceedings, guests must hand in back these headsets back to the protocol officers who would have given them to you. The headsets cannot be used at home. So if you take them and you go home with them, you are inconveniencing the legislature, as we will have to incur a cost for them if then they are lost. Cell phones, I think in line with rule number 1 of the Honorable Speaker, must be switched off or put on silence so that there is no disturbance in the house during the proceedings. When it comes to ablution facilities, that is our toilets, we have ablution facilities at the back through that door for honorable members. When they go through on the left, there is ablution facilities there. We also have ablution facilities for the participants in the house. Just as you exit where you entered there at the back, on your left side of the hall, there are ablution facilities there. Also ablution facilities for persons with disabilities. The hall has 8 emergency doors. There is one in front. There is one in front of me. There are also emergency doors right there at the end, and also this side and this side, and there's also emergency doors at the back. Should there be any emergency, the protocol officers will indicate for members of the house and the participants as to how to then exit this place. There are also services on wheels that have been offered by some of our departments. We have Home Affairs, we have SASSA, we have the Department of Health, we have IEC, we have Social Development, we also have Provincial Treasury on site. We also have I Been Paid app also on by the gate. All of these are all situated as you come in. And all of these services are here to assist the public. Home Affairs will assist with birth and marriage certificates and identity documents. SASSA will assist with the processing of grant applications and also respond to any questions that you may have. We also have Department of Health will be conducting some tests, including TB, blood pressure, diabetes, dental services, and many others. Home Affairs, as I've said, and these departments are, as you then enter through the gate coming in, they are all stationed there. I've already indicated the assembly points in case of emergency, but when we come out, if there is an emergency, we are all required to go then gather at the stadium grounds, which are, and also the far end of the parking areas. The stadium grounds are at the back, and also the parking area. Those are the announcements, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary. We only have one notice of motion. I will ask the Chief Whip, or give the Chief Whip the opportunity.
Honorable Speaker, let me take the opportunity and greet you. Greet the members of the House, as well as the acting Premier, the people of Nelson Mandela. What do I do? I come to the daily fast. All right, no, I'll use my Let me extend the greetings to the people of Nelson Mandela, specifically Kariega, where we are located right now. Madam Speaker, I move with a motion without notice in terms of Rule 130 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that despite the provisions of the Standing Rules of Procedure of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that the House approve the sitting times of the House at 10 for the 23rd and the 24th of October 2024. I so move. Thank you.
Honorable members, Honorable members, I put the motion. Thank you so much, honorable members. Honorable members, please also note that you can see that we are wearing these pink ribbons. It was gifted to us by MEC Kappa, MEC of Health. We are commemorating Breast Cancer Month. All members are therefore encouraged to do the screening. Not only the females, but all males also. It is important that males ensure that they regularly do their screening. But I think when we look at the issue of Breast Cancer Month, we must also remember that we are not only thinking of those that unfortunately have passed on from the disease, but we are also commemorating the spirit of those that have been resilient and have overcome breast cancer or any cancers. Therefore, it's also the families of those that have lost loved ones and those that are still out there supporting them. It's very, very important. And on Saturday in Nelson Mandela, and I think also in East London, there will be a cancer walk. And for all of those that are available, I hope you've joined, you've signed up, and that you will all join this very worthy cause that is taking place. It is also Transport Month, so there's a lot of activities. It is also Elder Persons Month, so there's a lot of activities that is being commemorated. So the respective departments are having their programs right across the province. Now we are coming to that very, very important process. I'm not quite sure the last, before I go there, MEC Kobushiana, the last I saw South Africa was 1-0 against Namibia. What was the final score? Was that the final score? Let's give a shout out to our girls, the COSAFA playing, yes. Malibongwe. Yes, our girls are making us proud. So yes, I saw the honorable member is regularly following the COSAFA. Not sure why, but the females are not following it. But the honorable member is religiously following it. So it's very good. So let's give a shout out to those. Deputy Executive Mayor, your city is very, very busy in all of those things. Now, honorable members, before I ask the Secretary to read the first order of the day, I would like to inform the House that the speakers list and the program makes provision for members of the public to ask questions and to make comments after the chairperson's presentation of the committee reports. I have been informed that members have identified representatives. I have identified and they've given names. But I want to just put out an approach and for members to understand that we cannot have on one report having 60 people speaking. And there is 45 minutes allocated. 60 speaking on social development, 60 speaking on the Department of Economic Affairs and tourism, and 60 speaking on health. So what I am going to do, I will be identifying, and those in the wards must come together quickly, they must just look at it. I will allocate 4 people per cluster. 4 for each report. That means in each of your clusters you will have 12 people being able to speak because there are 3 reports. And each participant will raise no more than 2 questions or comments because it takes a very, very long time. We have to look at, we are today dealing with 3 reports, not just 2 reports. So please, work with us to make this work. I know there are some of you that have come prepared. You can, those who are going to speak in the clusters, I will decide who is going to speak to you. I will give each of the clusters 4 people, and they will be lined up there, and they will be told where to stand, and they will ask their questions, and no more than 2 questions. Please do not make long introductory remarks. Your salutations is not going to assist. Just keep it. Please, just tell us who you are and get into your questions. We are also appealing that it is not the same participant from the clusters asking the same questions on all 3 reports. There is also an option that if you do not want to share your specific question with your neighboring ward or the person who is going to ask the question, that you can go to the petitions desk and hand in your question there. But it can't be that we have 60 questions on each report. We are also having the sectors, and we need to accommodate the sectors because they have as much right also to be here as the wards. So those wards, please bear with us in how we are going to do things. This is for the functionality and making sure that we will really not keep you here for the first session beyond 1 or 2 o'clock at the latest. And please, may I ask, no screaming, no vulgar language, no character assassination. State your question, your comment, your advice. You are free to do so. This is a safe space, but there are rules for doing that. You can even come up and criticize. It is your right to do that, but it must be done within the laws of the legislature. We all understand each other? Yes, we are going to work very well today. As I've said, there will be 3 reports: social development, economic development, environmental affairs, and tourism is 1 report, as well as the health report that we could not deal with yesterday. Honorable members, for the time that the public is allowed to ask questions and replies are given by the Honorable MEC, the House shall have deemed to be converted to a committee of the whole House. But in the interest of time, there shall be no formal ringing of the bells or change of the presiding officers in the House. I will now call upon the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Presentation of report of Portfolio Committee on Social Development on oversight visits to projects funded by the department around Nelson Mandela District Municipality.
Can I call up the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development to present the committee report, Honorable Gunuza Nkwencha? Your 15 minutes starts now. Over to you, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, Kokela members of Parliament, executive members led by an acting Premier, our Chief Whip, councillors led by Deputy Executive Mayor, government officials, traditional leaders, media crew, abahlali bonke baseGqeberha neendwendwe zethu zonke molweni. Ndizawucaphula nje Speaker ngenxa yexesha oniphe lona. The committee visited the department district office, drug treatment center, frail care center, and non-profit organization projects in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality from the 1st to the 3rd October 2024. We had a meeting, a stakeholder meeting. In that meeting, we had these findings. The district has a high number of officials in acting positions. the local service office managers, owing to the retirement, non-filling of posts, a misalignment with the current organogram, and a non-finalization of department organogram. There is high prevalence of crime directed at social workers in areas like New Brighton, KwaZakhele, and Motherwell. The delays in the infrastructural renovations of the department's local service offices in Bethersdorp, Zuide, and Woma were caused by unresponsive supply chain management processes from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Furthermore, the Zuide and Bethersdorp LSOs operate far away from their clientele and currently operate in New Brighton, the department's district offices. The department's ability to address substance abuse is hindered by a lack of specialized social workers and inadequate staffing level. The limitation affects the effectiveness of intervention designed to address substance abuse issues. Recommendations. The department must submit a plan to the committee to address vacancies and regularize and align the acting positions with the organogram. The department must engage the Department of Community Safety and develop a plan to ensure social workers' services are delivered to communities. The plan must be submitted to the committee within 30 days. The department must engage the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure about the renovation delays and submit a progress report to the committee. The department must develop a team-based interdisciplinary capacity building plan to equip staff and social workers with the specialist knowledge on the substance abuse. The plan must be submitted to the committee within 30 days. We visited the frail care centers. We had these findings. The department's lack of benchmarking services for frail care centers limits its awareness of the specific support service required, and this potentially compromises the effectiveness of care provided. The unmanaged family interaction and patient reintegration process may lead to increased financial burdens on the state as the patients appear to have extended stays at the frail care centers. The department's inability to conclude appropriate procurement of alternative frail care services continues the irregularity of expending funds on the Eastern Cape Frail Care Centers through the 2016 court order. The recommendations: the department should collaborate with the Department of Health and develop a plan regarding the benchmarking of services for frail care centers to determine the required support services. The plan must be submitted to the committee within 30 days. The department must develop a plan for the frail care center patient-family interaction and introduce a structured reintegration process. The department must submit a progress report on steps taken to regularize the Eastern Cape Frail Care Centers contract and consider other means of resolving the challenges through negotiations and continuous interaction to resolve the matter. We visited NS Malgas Treatment Center. We had these findings. There is a large proportion of relapsed substance abusers due to the lack of departmental outpatient and aftercare programs. The department's poor provision of aftercare services is compounded by the lack of dedicated personnel. The department made arrangements with a private drug treatment center to provide rehabilitation services to approximately 17 people, as there is no state-run facility for adults. Furthermore, there is a gap in the provision of rehabilitation services at NS Malgas for school-going children aged 19 to 21 years. The center does not have a maintenance budget. We recommend that the department must submit a plan to the committee for establishing outpatient services that facilitate family engagement, including child testing, provide early drug abuse diagnosis, and prevent institutionalization. Additionally, the department must utilize social worker funding funded by the NPOs. To address the lack of state-run adult drug treatment centers, the department should expand collaboration with private clinics to other districts and create an inclusive admission criteria for adults. The department must make provision for a maintenance budget. A plan for the maintenance budget must be submitted to the committee within 30 days. We visited DOXA Youth Program. We find that the project location is small, hinders its capacity to deliver services to large groups, and is further limited by department's funding model, which does not cover property rentals. The NPO does not have vehicle to support its operation. The recommendations: the department should help acquire project infrastructure by working with the Department of Public Works to identify unused public buildings and engaging the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality. A report on the effort must be submitted within 30 days. The department must assist the organization and channel it to relevant donors organization that can provide it with a motor vehicle. The Masibambane Community Nutrition and Development Center. We find out that in the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality has not completed the land transfer to Masibambisane CNDC. Delays in transferring land ownership to the NPO have had negative impact on the organization growth. Is under to citizens' soup kitchens. The Masibambane CNDC has a well-developed community nutrition program, but is underdeveloped with respect to skills development and youth development. We recommend that the department must engage the municipality on the agency of finalizing the Masibambisane land issue. The department must submit a plan for the skills development and youth development program at the CNDC. The plan must be submitted to the committee within 30 days. Orsteland Child and Youth Care Center, which is here in dispatch. There are findings that the department uprightly stopped the training of community youth child care workers, leaving the CYCAW with unfinished models. We recommend that the department must submit a plan to revive the child youth care workers training to the committee within 30 days. Kwanobuhle Outreach Center. We find that the Kwanubuhle Outreach Center is on month-to-month contract with the landlord. The lack of security of tenure exposes the center to a high risk of closure. The construction of an outreach center is being delayed by the National Department of Public Works procurement processes. The one-stop outreach center model imposed by the National Department of Social Development is also making it difficult to find an alternative building. Recommendations: the department must submit a plan to the finalization of the one-stop outreach center lease agreement. The department must submit a report on the finalization of the Department Public Works procurement processes. The Green Youth Project.
Honourable Member, you have 5 minutes remaining.
Findings: the Green Tech members cannot transport equipment or take any large contracts because it does not have a vehicle to secure equipment. The cooperative growth exposes its members to a number of clients, stakeholders, and potential business development opportunities by marketing and corporate communication skills are under development. We recommend that to raise funds for transportation, the department must direct the cooperatives to several financial programs. We also recommend that the department must assist the Green Tech access services from the National Skills Development Fund and CEDAS to support the cooperatives with marketing and corporate communications. There are general findings that the department programs for helping young and adult individuals with substance addiction require cooperation with the Department of Education, Health and Community Safety. We recommend that the department should collaborate with the Social Service Cabinet cluster to create a comprehensive program that addresses youth and adult substance abuse. We have to note that in conclusion, we have to note that the Rule 203 of the Eastern Cape Province Legislature standing rules of required department reports must be provided to the committee within 30 days after the House adoption of this report. The Portfolio Committee on Social Development wishes to thank the Department of Social Development for their cooperation throughout the pre-visits. The committee recommends that the House adopt the report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ganusa. Pencha. You have saved us 3 minutes. Honorable members and to the participants at large, to the House, I am noting that the members of the community, public participants, are not utilizing the headphones. This will enable members to, if you put up your hand, then the service officers will be able to bring it to you where you are sitting, and you will then be able to either get Afrikaans, which is on channel 4, English, which is on channel 1, isiXhosa, which is on channel 2, and the Nama language, which is on channel 3. And that is for the interpretation services. Just put your hand up for these headphones, and it will assist you to get in your required vernacular in that respect, without disrupting the House. Let us now continue to the very important part where we will be getting the community asking those questions. Whilst the clusters get themselves ready, only 4 per cluster, those that are dealing with the clusters must make sure. Let us start with the organizations first. Can we have a representative from the traditional leaders in Nelson Mandela Bay and 1 representative from the Khoi San that will speak on the social development report that have just been tabled? 1 representative of business, can they go? If there's none, I will immediately go over to the respective wards. 1 representative from the religious, 1 representative business, 1 representing the women, 1 representing youth, and 1 representing the disability sector. From the sectors, I only have 1 person, and I am not going to allow anyone afterwards to come to want to speak on behalf of the sectors if they are not represented here. Then following the sectors, we will have the 4 people from the Alex cluster. Can they please line up, the 4 people that will speak on the Department of Health report? 4 people, can we please have them into the middle? Can they please go into the middle? They will be assigned where to stand. 4 people from Champion Kalela, only 4. 4 people from Governor Mbeki, 4 from Lillian Diedrichs, 4 from Molly Blackburn, and 4 from Zola Nguni cluster. That is 24 people plus the 1 from the traditional. It's 25 people that will speak. Oh, sorry, social development. My apologies. Social development. Social development. Can I please call the public to order? We are not going to allow you to cause chaos here. I will only take 4 per cluster on the report of social development. I would like to start with the sectors. And there will only be 25 people standing there. So the service officers that is on the floor, the protocol that is there will only be 25 people standing there. We will first start with the sectors. Can we first start with the traditional and the religious, the sectors first? Please introduce yourself and go straight to your question, your comment, or your advice that you would like to pose. For the rest of the House, can I please have silence? If that queue cannot be sorted out, I will go immediately over to the next report. If you can't sort yourself out, please be quiet where you are standing. Let's give respect to the person that is going to speak. Over to you. Please introduce yourself, go into your question.
Good morning. For the House Rules Protocol Reserve, I am Reverend Leonard John Seister of the ANC chaplaincy in the Nelson Mandela area. I'm from Utenek. I just have two questions in terms of the report of the social development. In social development, the old age people never have any protocol procedures recognition as old age of the community of South Africa. Now, in the report, I see there's a lot of development taking place, but there's nothing done to the treatment of the old age. What is the old meant for almost when it comes to the grants of SASSA? People don't get grants properly, the oldest people, and for the oldest people, when they go to any public, there's nothing done for them to be treated like old age in all these services at SASSA and at social development. And in this report, I see there's nothing done for the way of the 30 years, the treatment that old people is suffering at those places. And then the other question of the economic empowerment. I see there's also nothing been done to be recognized in that process. In the report has nothing in how those people can be recognized as old age and the youth properly done in the Nelson Mandela area for almost from the come to the side of Utenek and Dispatch. Yes, there's a rosy thing of old things that has been done in this report, but there's nothing new in this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Are we starting with the wards now? You will indicate from which cluster you are coming and which ward. And if I find out that there are more people, I will just cut them off from that respective ward. Can we go to Alex? I'm not sure why the gentleman jumped in front of the female that was standing there. Is he representing traditional or is he representing, are you representing traditional? Then you may come forward. We don't push women aside. We ask nicely to step aside. Yes. Yes.
African Culture Revival. We coming here because of kusondele ixesha ngokule season yokulaluko kokhiwa kwabantu. Si under the NPO ke sebenza kukurayizwa komntana oyindodana. I-report yethu nesicelo kukuba ngaba abangena phasi sifumana uxanduva lokwakhiwa kwabantu abajikela i-community yethu. We have a problem, boy child. Ekuhluthwana ngayo ngabanye abantu abangena bezakhulisela yona. Kube khona namhlanje ngoku sesinexwembu luxakeka lokukhelwa kwabantwana abangamadoda. La madoda eliduna party now we losing the people supposed to be real men to protect our nations and women and children. Now ke ngosicela urhulumente naye asincedise ukujonga ba bakhiwa njani nokwakhiwa kwabantwana nabantu bakuthi bathatha inxaxheba bangalothi isiko lakokwethu lisonakala. Namhlanje ngoku sinezidlwengu nezigebenga ezijikela isizwe sethu. Yiyo loo nto sizocela social developments nakabantu abalapha zonke urhulumente ukwaziwe ukusapotwa kokubuyiselwa isiko lethu before liphambane. Ngoku ke ngoku sicela baba isupport sisetyenziswano ngabo bonke abantu abathatha inxaxheba kokhiwa kwale South Africa intsha.
Nkosi Dad. Thank you so much. Those are the only sectors that have come forward. Can we also, I think we have just left out LGBTQI plus community. If they are here, they will also be afforded an opportunity. Just an omission, I apologize for that. Can we ask whoever, whether it is journalists, people taking, the photographers, don't walk in front of the people that is supposed to speak. Anybody that must come, they must come through the other side. It is going to disrupt those that are having the opportunity to speak. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to greet everyone in the House. My name is Sinawo Faki. I am a GBV and Domestic Violence Ambassador. I'm representing GBV sector. Mine is not a comment, but it's a complaint against the Department of Social Development. In 2021, I heard the Premier of Eastern Cape on Muraido Wenene speaking about the campaign that they are doing for women during the 16 days of activism. And I did a follow-up to the Premier, and then he sent me to the former MEC of Public Works. The campaign was to assist women who are victims of domestic violence and GBV, and equipping them and providing premises for them if they're running their own businesses. So mine, I was a victim with the officials of DSD, yes. After I did my follow-up to the Premier, I went to MEC of Public Works, and then she assigned the officials to have a one-on-one meeting with me.
Ma'am, may I stop you? Can you please ask your direct question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. My direct question is that my province of Eastern Cape, why they are failing us as victims of GBV and domestic violence? Why it's allowing officials using their position power in violating us? Because I was violated by officials, but there was nothing done for me. I did send my complaint, but it's still pending. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Next.
Good morning to the panel and the review and to this. Cindy Samtimkulu from the Alex Matikinga cluster. I'm representing the NPO of the elder person under the name of Usipile Service Center
Can you just tell me which ward is that? Because now we are busy with the wards, yes?
from Ward 23. As Usipile Service Center, in sticking with the purpose of the bill as the organization, we saw it necessary to select a strategic clause for improvement of an amendment bill stated Bill number 1. Within the clause, in this area, that was our focus area because we had a proposal of making an integrated intergenerational approach within, because when we read, we find that there was a poor coordination within the interdepartmental structure. Hence, we decided to propose a program, a project in terms of assisting our community in our community-based project. Mine is to forward the project, namely integrated intergenerational program, which entails numerous programs in terms of addressing our social ills. There is a submission at the back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up. We are so honored to have Mam Dipua with us, our veteran in Nelson Mandela Metro. Bolo ma.
Bolo Speaker. Good morning, everybody. My name, I'm Honorable Dipua Kondile. Me apa ndiphuma cluster yase Govenbeki, especially iward yakwa 14 ekhokhelwa ngutata uQuphe. Ndingomnye ke wabantu abane club yabantu abadala. Sikhona ke apha 3 clubs ezikhoyo. To be honest with you, Speaker, really we are very disappointed about ipaka and halls. Sayazi ukuthi our halls ziyaqeshwa. Ziku section 21. Now clubs zethu xa zisiya eholweni kuthiwe kunomngcwabo anizokwazi ungena. Kuthiwe kuzawungena izikolo today anizokwazi ungena. Kudala ke sicela bethu ukubana masinikwe noba zicontainers. No sizibeke ke kufutshanana noba ndikufuphi kakhulu kwiMendi Art Center. Noba sinobekelwa phaya noba sinobekelwa eCentenary Hall. That is called Nangoza Njebe. Kwi-Golden Games asinapaka yokubaleka, sibaleka mozonke izinto, i-relay, all those things, but ipaka esinazo like ipaka yaselalini, ipaka yase-Chevrolet, Ford, abanazo zonke equipments zethu sidlala ngazo nendlela esibaleka ngazo. Siyacela bethunani thina from New Brighton ufuna sibheke eGelvindale because ulapho iGelvin track yeyona inayo indawo yodlala enazo zonke. Khanisenzeleni man please ne sike sifumane man ngezinto. Please
Nkosi ma.
please man. Thank you very
Nkosi
much.
mama. Nkosi, thank you so much. Yes, mama.
Ndibulisa nami kusasa nje kuSpeaker nendlu yonke iphela. Mna ndisuka Alex Matikinga cluster club kula portfolio ye social welfare.
Which ward is that, mama?
Ward 59. Ndifuna ukuthetha ngento ye drug abuse kwi adults
We've got the adults and they are not skilled, they are not employable, and they are not rehabilitated. So ndifuna uqonda uba ugovernment mhlambe uthini ngabo ukuncedisa into yoba nabo bancedeke. Mhlambe kwakhiwe ii-skills centers apho banothi baskilwe khona bakwazi ukuphuma kwi-drugs kuba beze adults. Okokuqala, okwesibini bakwazi mhlambe abanawutreyinwa namhlanje nakwinto ye-security ukuze bancedise kwi-crime eqhubekayo bakwazi usebenza namapolisa. Okugqibela ndifuna uthetha ngento ye-NPOs. Sicela ukwakhelwa iholo kwa-59 because we've got 7 NPOs abantu abadala abasebenza nzima basebenza esigaraji. Kuba nzima imbane, kuba nzima amanzi, kuba nzima ispace because basebenzela ezindlini zabantu. Sicela ukwakhelwa iholo for bona bakwazi uba in one place basebenze easier. Inkosi kakhulu.
Kosi mama, kosi mama. Next up.
Molweni ekhaya igama lam ndinguNomalanga Tom ndiphuma Alex Matikinca iwadi yam nguward 54 phantsi kokhansila uLungaminyayo. Ndiphuma kwiwadi enkulu kakhulu. Iwadi yam yeyona wadi ireceiver yonke iNelson Mandela. So besicela kwaward 54 kasike sakhelwe ikhaya labantu abadala elizawuthi libe nesecurity eluqeleni. Sifumane isikolo sinothi sakhele for abantwana abahamba apha esitratweni abakuthiwa ngamaphara. Akakho umzali ke okwamithi phara, umzali wayemithi ugqirha netishara. Ndinesicelo ke into yobana u-social development asupport as-assiste ofisini kakhansila ngee-wheelchairs because banintsi abantu abasezindlini abazi-bedriddens but abo bantu babanofumana ii-wheelchairs bangakwazi uphuma ngaphandle babethwe ngumoya. Sicela ke kwanezi-skills ziziswe kwi-youth ukwenzela into yobana bakwazi uziphilisa ngomso. Enkosi.
Thank you so much. Next up.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Madam Speaker. Welcome home. My name is Happiness Nchegula from Lillian Districts Cluster, Ward 29. The problem, our Ward 29 is a receiving area when you speak of relocation. Now, it's almost over 13,000 people in the ward 29. But here's a situation, Madam Speaker. We need support from social development in a way of social workers. Social workers must be vibrant, must be more visible, especially for disabled people. In the relocation, they are relocating also disabled people. Some of them, imagine somebody who's in a wheelchair and that person is staying alone in a bungalow. That person needs more support. So we want social development to visit Ward 29 and speak to the office of the councillor, Councillor Nomna, and look to the situation. And another thing, while there's a relocation, there's more shacks, and now the crime is more higher than ever because people are not working. Hence, I request social development to release social workers to come down and see the situation. And another thing,
That's your last point. Thank you.
Okay, now
Thank
the
you.
last point.
That's your last point,
Asseblief,
please.
asseblief, Madam Speaker. The last point now.
Our happiness. You
Thank
are not
you.
making me happy now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I am happy. Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Molweni bethu nani.
Molom, Somlomo, we Parliament.
Yes.
It's only 2 points that I have. Engaging the report.
You will introduce yourself
Oh,
and you will
sorry.
either state the sector or the ward that you are coming from.
Sorry.
Speak to the mic.
I may have thought I introduced myself in this sector in my mind. I didn't actually do that, sorry. I am Mike Ebenge from the LGBTIQ plus sector, the secretary of the forum within the district. The first one is the issue of hate crimes and hate speeches. Can we at least find possible integrated ways of having to deal with such? Because we've got victims of hate crimes and hate speeches within the district. That is taking longer in the partnerships that we anticipate having with the Department of Community Safety, so that we fast tracking the process of the court cases having to deal with hate crimes and hate speeches within the Pepuda and equality courts, please. The last one is the issue of infrastructure. That, of course, we do not have inclusive shelters for gender-based violence and femicide victims within the LGBTI community. Can we please find best possible ways, MEC, social development, to have integrated shelters? We don't say, Speaker, they must build a state-of-the-art of the shelters. Those that they have, they must just increase the dormitories so that it becomes inclusive of the LGBTIQ plus sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Molweni, Kamalam Dunguveliswa Ngqo. Ndisuka ku Ward 52 kuZolanqeni cluster. Ndizocela izinto nje ezi-3 apha ku-social development. Okokuqala ndizawucela into edibene ne-mobile home affairs, mobile home affairs ekhe ingene sibukela nje thina kule video yaseBayland zisehla zisenyuka, but ayikho ekhe ingene. Abantwana bethu bayasokola kakhulu in terms of mabahambe bayokwenzelwa ii-IDs because of abazali bethu abaphangeli. So bendicela inotiswe indaba ye-mobile home affairs kwindawo enjengaseBayland, kuba nayo ifolisha kule ward yakwa 52, yi-VD yakwa 52. Nakusenzeka into kwa 52, nathi eBayland masijongelwe njengabantu abakhona aba-existayo. Ndigqithe ndikhawulezile, sinengxaki kakhulu. Kunabantwana bebenze ii-IDs zabo abangakazifumani. Asiyazi ke ukuthi zithatha ixesha elingakanani i-ID ukuze ziphume. But into endiyaziyo ezawukhawuleza yenzeke, kuzawuthi xa kuzi-elections zikhawuleze ziphume ngoba they need ezavoti zaba bantwana babagcinele ii-IDs. Ndigqithe eBayland asinayo into enjenge-awareness for ulutsha lwethu olungene kakhulu kwiziyobisi. iBayland ayihoyekanga kakhulu kwinto yonke, kwinto edibene nee-services. But when it comes elections, zonke izikipha ziyagcwala eBayland. Zirecognize ukuthi there is i-VD kwa 52 eBayland. Now sinida abantu abasuka ku-social development bayokwenza ntoni? I-awareness ngento edibene ne-drugs ne-alcohol. Ulutsha lwethu lungene kakhulu kwi-drugs. Ulutsha lwethu lungene kakhulu etywaleni. If ebekhona umuntu onokwenza awareness, maybe bingenobancinci loo nto izinga.
Nkosi Kakuma, Nkosi, you have 3 points now that you have raised. You are very passionate about the Brayland area. I can see that in Ward 52. Thank you. Next speaker.
Mandithathe ithuba Somlomo ndibulise. Mandithathe ithuba ndibulise Somlomo. Luthethayo ngusakhi Sizwe Jansen ngowaka Ward 50 ke pha eZolanqeni. Somlomo ndizawuthetha ngela sebe laka social development. Andazi noba ke silibalekile na singu Ward 50 xa kusiza kwinkonzo. Ngesizathu esithi awusoze umfumane unonhlalonhle ozothi usebenzisana neza areas okanye nala area yaka Ward 50. So akafumaneki unonhlalonhle. Sisuke apho bengafumaneki unonhlalonhle.
Can you please speak into the mic so that the sound can grab, please?
Oh, okay Somlomo ke. Ndiyabulela. Ebensathi ke Somlomo unonhlalonhle ababonakali kwela area yethu yakwalanga. Ndisuke apho somlomo ndinesicelo kwela sebe laka social development lokuthi kuvulwe i-satellite office yakwasasa ukuze kusondezwane nenkonzo ebahlalini kuba inyanisweni usasa uba nezingxaki ezininzi fumaniseke kugcwele kasasa kuthathwa inani ngemini if awuvukanga ngentseni yawungangeni kwasasa okanye yawungancedwa so sicela loo nto ke somlomo.
Thank you.
Ndiyabulela.
Thank you, Nkosi. Next speaker. May I please ask the speakers to keep the mic up so that you can be audible?
Honorable Chairperson of the session and all protocol observed, thank you for this opportunity to be able to speak to this issue of social development. My name is Arnold Arends and I'm from the Zola Ningwe, Ward 49 cluster. Social development, one of the issues that we need to address is the protection of the vulnerable, and that is our kids. Recently, 8 kids died at the hands of foreign-owned spaza shop owners. And we must protect our children against all forms of exploitation and violence. The solution to these problems that occur in this country, in the Eastern Cape, is to close all foreign spaza shops owned by foreigners and deport them. Abahambe, deport them with immediate effect. We can't tolerate a situation where our children are being led like lambs to the slaughterhouse, and yet we have a government who are supposed to protect the human rights of these children, and it seems as if the government of the day is just folding their hands and let this happen. We can't do that. We are at the center, the Eastern Cape, of drugs and gangsterism, because that's the only way that our youngsters see this way. Since 1994, no development whatsoever happened in Ward 49. No business opportunities for our young people, as all resources are allocated to Motherwell, Zwede, as well as other areas in PE. Utenek literally has become the orphan. We are the stepkids, but now we are the orphans of democracy in the Eastern Cape. We are on the receiving end of this. Our constitution was written on the foundation of freedom, of the Freedom Charter, which states that all people shall share in the country's wealth. Why are we kept away from these opportunities? You can go to Walmart.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. You've made your point. You should ask direct questions instead of doing, but I think the point has come through. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next, I do note that we've not had anybody from Molly Blackburn to have spoken, and only one from Governor Mbeki and one from Lillian Diedrich thus far. Perhaps the others I can't see in the queue that is there. You may continue, Tata.
Mandibulele lithuba ndilifumanayo. Ndinguvukile wakafestile kwa Ward 42 CDW. Ndinemibuzo ngekuba mininzi kodwa ke ngenxa yexesha ndizawuraise ibe-2. Kule report besiyifumana from social development, andivanga nto tu kwinto esoloko siyiraiser, into ye-social worker per school, because sibona ingxaki ebezingasombululeka msinyana ukuba besinofumana i-social worker ngesikolo nganye. Kulaa ward yam ndina 4 schools. Siyayicela ke loo ndithi iselwiso. Eyesibini, sinengxaki ethe yavela yabantu abafumana assessment form from SASSA bahliswa benyuswa athi umuntu ekwanobuhle kuthiwe that form mayifilishwe eDoranginza. It's unfair, ayamkeleki loo nto. Siyayicela iconsideration ke naloo nto iyingxaki because ngabantu abakhulu aba abanye babo ba bedridden. Siyicela iseliso eyokugqibela ithe cwaka social development ke projects ezisewodini ekade zi-applya especially as women ne-youth. Sine-youth eninzi engaphangeliyo, sicela inkxaso. Nkosi.
Nkosi, Tata. Next speaker. Can I ask just again that the photographers of people, please do not walk in front of people who are speaking. I can see there's a crew that is converging there on the corner, and there's also somebody sitting there. You are almost on top of the participant that is sitting there. I don't know if you can host them on your seat, on your lap, but if you can, you may proceed, ma'am.
Good day, I'm Leanne Casper from Ward 31. Ma'am, I'm going to speak about rehabilitation centers that is lacking in the Nelson Mandela Bay, and most especially in the northern areas. Our kids are suffering, they're dying, most predominantly in the area of Missionville. They've become a very high crime zone, whereby police are just roaming around from everyone. Our kids are literally dying because they don't have any skills in development. There's nothing, the lack of social developmental issues or programs that is being run in that ward has become tremendous. I would like to ask social development to implement rehabilitation centers all over in every area. The reason why I'm asking this, because rehabilitation centers are in multiple ways. It's not only in drugs. Then I would like to ask social development to also integrate skills and development into their programs, because the Department of Education is also failing them. That is why they're going for gangsterism. That is why they're dying. That is why all of us, most of us, are becoming pregnant at the teenage age. Most of us as females, we get to suffer from whereby we're not being rehabilitated from the trauma that our families are suffering from. So I'd like to get social development to intervene, and especially let them look at disability people also. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You may proceed, Tata.
Molweni ngaphakathi. Mna ke igama ndingumawethu wakwaMatyu ophuma eChampion Galela ka 26 Phuthana Masisi. Ndingakontinue nje. Welcome to PE student. Phayana man speaker. Siyacela man phaka 26 in particular. A rehabilitation center, because the substance abuse are one of its is the leadership to crime. Engapha komangaliso. The second part lokubana kukho umzekelo ngesebethethu mama kwingxelo yakhe. Uye wabekwa emisingenge NPOs that she visited. They are NPO Kawa 26 Nasizwide. That is called Zwide Development Forum. That is doing izinto ezininzi ukuncedisa i-community yayo. Baza kwenza njani ukubana mabakwazi uba makafikeleleke njengoba ngakwazanga kuyo na nezinye. Kukho ke le nto man ndicinga uba mandiyithethe i-platform emnandi le yenu. Xa kumango advertiswa i-opportunities within ugovernment wethu uyawuxelwa ngo-18 to 35, 18 to 26, andiyazi nobana sivote na 36 to 59 apha emetro. Because those opportunities azizifumani kodwa singabona abavotayo. Ye ndandike youth league thini nawe andikafumani nto, but
Nkosi Tata, you've made your point. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, ma'am.
Thank you. Greetings to all of you that is here with us today. Together we grow and together we learn. I'm Wongiswa Pendlani from Ward 41 under the leadership of Councillor Lau, Ndise Champion Galela. Ngizothetha nge-social ills esinazo ewadini. I will mention some few. It's poverty and unemployment. It's malnutrition and also limited access to
Ma'am,
education.
may I advise that you keep the mic in front of your mouth? and
Okay,
to
sorry,
speak,
Speaker.
yes.
I will talk about the unemployment and also poverty. Poverty esinayo, it's caused by abantu that are not working. In our ward, we have people that do not have IDs, and then when you see those people that don't have IDs, they don't have access to these services because abana mali ukuya town. In our ward, if we have social development, funeka uye tinaga or else uye town, then usebenzisa itaxi ezithu ukuya khona. So besiza suggest that social workers must pursue kwi-offices zo-councillor. Phaya kweza offices zo-councillor, siyazi ubana there are securities kamasipala because nathi siyarojwa kweza office, and also the visibility of SAPS, because social workers, it's not that they don't want to do their work, but because of crime abakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wabo. Sihambe siye kwi-access to education. Abantwana, when you go kwizitrato zaseJoslova bayange esikolweni but bancinci because of abanazi birth certificate. So londo izosincedisa i-social workers zenze outreach programs, and also phaa malnutrition funeka kubekho feeding programs, kubekho i-food parcel ezinikwayo abantu bethu. And
Kosima,
also,
Kosima, thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay. Mandithatha ithuba nam ndibulise wonke umuntu olapha phakathi endlini. Ndingunomalungisa wakwamgqwangci, ndiphuma eChampion Galela kaWard 28 phantsi koCouncillor uLuzuko Peter. Ndizoba nesicelo ke nam Speaker kwa-social development. Besicela i-social worker e-ofisini kaCouncillor nathi, because kaloku iluncedo kakhulu kubahlali basekuhlaleni. Phaya e-areyeni yethu kukho umakhulu owashiwa nomzukulwana ona 6 months ngumntana wonyana wakhe. Umakhulu kudala ezula umntana kanabeth una 16 years kulo nyaka, ufunde eMagxaki High. Umakhulu kumane kuthiwa makabheke Home Affairs, kuphindwe irong into makabheke Labour, indodla ifika kube kanye enyangeni, imali yokhwela kanayo. Kanti ke xa i-social worker ebilapha kufutshane ofisini kaCouncillor ebezawukwazi uncedakala umakhulu. Siyacela i-social development sicelele i-social worker e-ofisini kaCouncillor. Enkosi ma.
Nkosi kakhulu. Next speaker.
Good day, everyone. My name is Jolyn Bredenkamp. I'm from Ward 11, Shoreville. I am here to raise a question regarding children, youth, education, vocation, and skills development. What programs are in place for children, youth, education, vocation, and skills development that is coming from DSD side in our ward? My second question is regarding community engagement. How does DSD ensure cultural sensitivity and responsiveness in our ward? Because this is something that keeps on coming on, taking place within our communities with stakeholders. And the last question I want to ask is, when it comes to the stakeholders, and can DSD please identify in Ward 11 where the satellite offices are, where we need to go for help? Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You were to the point. Next participant, Mama.
Ndinguphendiwe Vukemene from Ward 16 under leadership kaCouncillor uKhuselwa Ngxenge. Ndizawucela mna u-social development ukuba asibuyisele back i-social workers ze-home visits. Kuba kuneengxaki ezininzi phakathi eminqubeni apho abantu bahlala.
Mama, speak into the mic, please. Otherwise, we won't be able to hear you.
Ndiyavakala ngoku ne?
Keep the mic up, ewe,
All right.
ewe.
Yes, Sizawucela u-social worker kwi-home visit zibuyiswele back kuba problems ezindlini zikhona and kunzima ukuba sizifumane. Councillor office ireceive qho i-complaints eziphakathi ezindlini noku-abuswa kwabantu abadala phakathi endlini. I-wheelchairs for i-elders ezingakwaziyo ukuhamba in need xa befuneka bebheke ema-clinics for their treatment kuba nzima kufuneka baqeshe abantu. Kwakhona i-food parcels mazibuye zibe khona for abantu abadala abapeya indodla kuba imali yendodla ayaneli for bona khona abazukulwane ecaleni. I-community hall for differences activities for abantwana bethu mazibe khona. That is why abantwana belu sibethe sanje is because baswele into kwenza.
Nkosima, you've posed 3 questions. Thank you so much. Nkosi kakhulu.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next participant, Molama.
Ndinguntomzanele George under isikhokhelo unceba Ntomzanele George under Ward 20 ndikhokhelwa uceba wam nguMr Ngabase. Ndikhokhela abantu abadisabled isikhalazo sethu it's about grants zabantu abadisabled. Okwesibini izikolo zabantu abadisabled. I-centers azikho for abantu abadisabled. Thank you.
Nkosi kakhulu ma, that is very good.
Mandibulise endlini. Mhlawumbe ngaphambili ndinengxaki ezimbini ndizakukhawulezisa. Okokuqala kukho ingxaki esinayo. Urhulumente wethu une-toilet zimbini, enye ibhalwe men, enye ibhalwe female. Kukho abantu apha phakathi kwethu endingabazi eyabo itoilet ngeyiphi ngoba baphila ubumama abanye bengamadoda, abanye baphila ubudoda bengomama. Ndidlule apho ngelithi sine toilet yesithathu okanye yesine eshotayo. Sinalo ngxaki inkulu lo ngxaki. Okwesibini ke ndihle ndinomntana okhubazekileyo pha endlini. Wabhujelwa ngumama wakhe.
Can we, Tata, can we please have order? Can we please have order? The topic cannot elicit such excitement. You may proceed, Tata. To the point, ask your question, Tata.
Ndinomntana okhubazekileyo pha endlini. Ndingumama ndingutata kuye. Uhamba nge-wheelchair. Ndim umzali wakhe. Lo mntana akaphangeli. Ndizokumfunela umsebenzi urhulumente amjonge. Uhamba nge-wheelchair, uyakwazi uyithetha la language. Kodwa uhleli pendlini akawufumani umsebenzi. Uyakwazi uthetha njengala sisi. Enkosi.
Nkosi Tata.
Okay.
You may proceed, Mama.
Good morning, everyone. Chairperson, I'm Tembakazi Mto. I'm coming from Molly Blackburn, from Ward 5. At Ward 5, we've got challenges like drug abuse, homeless people, alcohol abuse, early pregnancy of young girls. The problem with homeless people, they are flooding to town from all the locations of Nelson Mandela Bay. And we don't have a proper structure to keep these people. And bayafosa ezindlini ezingenabantu town. And akukho toilets for them to help themselves. There is no water. And what is happening is crime now because they are breaking pipes. They are breaking pipes for themselves to help with water. My question on that, because the metro is assisting safety and security to chase out those people, but there is a law or a policy that says you can't chase a person without providing a proper structure. So my question on that, what projects are you providing our ward regarding the challenges that I've already mentioned? What skills? I've got women that I'm going with. They said to me, they want to start a project to assist on the challenges. So what training are you providing for us, and what development can you bring in the area to assist on the...
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mama. Thank you. Next participant. Thank you. Please come ask your questions directly.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fundiswa from Molly Blackband, Ward 5, under Councillor Terry Stander. My questions are not much. First question, how are you planning to help community projects get the land and resources they need to grow and help more people? Yasmini, why are you getting rid of experienced care workers who are skilled and experienced just because they don't have right paper qualifications? Yes, Tatu, with so many social workers in our communities being targeted by criminals, what is being done to protect them? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm not quite sure why Ward 5 have 2 speakers, because there are 3 reports to be discussed. Over to you, sir. Tata, you may continue.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Protocol observed. I'm Mr. Abram Isaacs from Molly Blackburn Cluster. My question I want to table this morning...
Can you please state which ward?
From Ward 7. My question which I want to table is based on a concern of equal rights and equal opportunities. We have heard about the boys are getting help for the drug problems, but we didn't hear anything about the girls, the youngsters, and we consider it very seriously. One life lost is one too many. I thank you.
Thank you so much. To the point.
Manibulisa wonke umuntu ophakathi kwaliphahla namhlanje. Igama lami nguSiviwe ifani nguBlaw. Kwa ward 12 Molly Blackburn cluster under the leadership Councillor Vernon Bogerbo. Speaker, ndine question eyi-1 endifuna uyibhekisa ku-MEC. My question is, why is there only one drug treatment center for young people in the whole of the Eastern Cape? Baba ndikuve kahle MEC. And what about abanye abantwana? When I say abantwana, I mean ulucha outside of the province. Bazawufikelela njani to le drug facility if abahlali and Nelson Mandela Bay? Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you so much. Well done. And that will be our last participant, Molo Mama.
Diabulisa Solomo,
Ndingubukelwa Gqobhoka, ndihlala ka Ward 23. Uceba wami nguKhansila uNosithembiso Mayekiso. Nansi into endingayise ngayo ke namhlanje. Bendizawucela apha kuParliament. Kukho into efuneka siqaphele kakhulu. Sinomama pha bethu abane dementia. Bengicela ikilandelelele kijongwe lonto. Omama bethu abakwazi uzenzela nto. Yonke into bayazenzela basebenzisa nedatens. So uhulumende akangenelele asinike uncedo. Noba ngo-social worker mane ke bavisite kumakhaya anjalo. Ngoba nami elami ikhaya lingomnye walo. Umama wami oko wagula ngo-2018. Okay, ne-dementia. Uyazenzela yonke into but uyahamba uphilile empilweni. Enkosi kakhulu.
Nkosi ma, Nkosi, thank you so much. Can we give all the participants a round of applause? They've asked their questions. The sectors have had their opportunity. We will now call the acting MEC Ngongo, to respond to those questions. You have 15 minutes to respond to those. Yes, you will stand there. You will stand and you will respond to those questions. You will note that some people ask one question, some people ask two, others I allowed 3 questions because they were to the point and they were very succinct in their questions. But can we also state that there is also an opportunity for those that have got further questions or queries or comments to just hand them into the PPP&E desk, where they will collate all of that information in that respect. Over to you, Acting MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Good day to you and everyone who is in this house. And
Okay. MEC, can you possibly just come, because I can see the mics from there. We will accord you the opportunity. Can you first switch off your, because I can, I thought it was just Chief Whip because he's very tall.
Once more, thank
just
you.
switch on. Is it on?
Yes, it's on. It's on. It's on. Thanks, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Acting Premier, and your executive members of the Council, the Chief Whip, members of the Parliament, to our members of the public and everyone who is in here. Allow me to respond to respect your ancestors and say, Kamaku. I will simply respond to the questions that have been raised. Some of the issues that were comments in which, as the Department of Social Development, we have noted and we shall follow up on some of the issues. On the question of the social workers per school, the Department of Education does have social workers that it utilizes with support with the Department of Social Development. On the youth development, we support youth projects within the available budget, but the whole of government has youth programs, including those of the municipalities. On social protection issue, the social protection cluster has taken note of the issues that were raised up with regards to the issue of security and safety, and will seek to integrate those issues into this terms program. On the issue of Ward 41, the poverty, unemployment, malnutrition, and IDs, the Social Development Department has got a program that is called the ICROP. That ICROP focuses mainly on the above issues that have been mentioned, with all the social needs cluster departments forming part of ICROP to dispatch services on wheels in the particular needing areas. So as the department, we have noted those and we shall organize the ICROP to render those particular services. DSD does not provide wheelchairs. However, we work together with the centers to engage with the Department of Health to assist us with the wheelchairs. We may also advise the member here that if you are able to engage with the Department of Health, even if it's a clinic, because they do take the list and register those who are in need of the wheelchairs there, so as to follow the process for one to get the wheelchair. Department of Social Development will advise the fellow from Ward 11 on the issue of the satellite offices or the easy access to e-social workers. However, the District Director of Social Development for the Metro is amongst ourselves, and I would love that if she can only raise up her hand so that those who would love to engage to seek for some information from the department may be able to get such information, because what I've noted, Honorable Speaker, here is that it in some issues is a matter of the information and the access to information, in which I believe the District Director should be providing to the members that are here.
Can we possibly ask to stand up so that we see?
There he is.
So everybody sees
There
that
he is. There is the District Director for Social Development here. On the issue of grants for disabled people, there's an assessment that is done there. So we need to have a specific profiling of a particular fellow that requires the disability grant. So also with the disability grant, if you feel that the person requires that and indeed she is supposed to be benefiting from the disability grant, we should also recommend that you visit the SASSA offices. They will link you there with the doctor that will be able then to assess on the kind of a disability, if whether it then requires to be part of those that you would get the grant for. On social ills for youth, the department has got a social behavior program for youth and expands this incrementally as more funds become available. DSD is responsible for registration, capacity building and support to NPOs.
Honorable MEC, can you just be quiet? Can I just understand, can you inform me why is there a noise? Can somebody be bold enough to inform me why is there a noise whilst we have somebody that is responding to your questions that you have posed, unless you are not interested in the response? You may proceed, Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for protecting me. The women that was raising the issue of the registration and capacity building and support for NPOs, I would recommend that you approach the district director for the guidance now on how are these things down and what is it that you need to do for you to get to these particular needs. On the issue of qualifications, it is a Social Service Professions Council issue. The department continues to engage in the matter, but we have not yet reached to any agreement yet. On young girls, The social behavior change program and the integrated school, the health program is there to assist those young girls. There is one drug treatment center that is owned by the state, and the DSD funds other centers and NPOs throughout the province. Budget militates against adding more treatment centers. With those, Honorable Speaker, I believe that I would have responded to the majority of the questions that have been raised here. As I've said, the district director is right there at the back. If you have any more other questions, I would also request that, Honorable Speaker, the lady that had a particular specific case regarding an official of the department, we have a one-on-one out there during, at the lobby during the lunch hour, because some of the information seems not to be the one that I have regarding the particular issue, including the issue of the shelter, Honorable Speaker, because I'm having another version of the information. So we will finalize that. I'll request that, Madam, you meet with me during lunchtime. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. And
Thank you so much, Acting MEC. Well done. We can see that's not MEC Fanta. MEC Fanta, unfortunately, is not well. So we have the Acting MEC, MEC Ngongo, that is doing the work. Honorable members, that brings to a close the first public participation process and the first report of social development that we have dealt with. We will now move on to the second report, and I will ask the Secretary to read the second order of the day.
Presentation of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism on oversight visits to projects funded by the department around Nelson Mandela.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Khune, you have got 15 minutes to table your report.
Mandizibulisele nam kuye wonke umuntu olapha endlini ngokukhethekileyo on the people of Nelson Mandela Metro ngakumbi kule indawo sikuyo yase dispatch. Honorable Speaker, we visited as a committee a number of projects, and therefore we are here to table the report regarding such a visit. Allow me to focus just on the findings and recommendation, considering time and the amount of visits that were done in this area. Firstly, it's on the Kuha budget facility for infrastructure, what is commonly referred to as BFI. In the first one is on Kuha water security program. In that program has been funded 2.2 billion for a period of from financial year of 2023 to 2026. That water project scheme, its objective is to create access of water availability, that is industrial water, and also ensure there is availability of water within Nelson Mandela municipality. However, Chair, on the findings, there have been delays on approval of to proceed with the project that negatively affect the amount budgeted for and the period of that project. The recommendation is for Kuha to identify tasks and work activities that will assist obtaining the desired outcome in a minimum time and costs, that issues such as the workflow, completion of tasks timelessly, and the value for money be incorporated into a project schedule, plan and execution activities. Also that the Kuha must engage National Treasury on the component of the project that was not funded, that is the desalination plant. Further, to also CTC must further request an expenditure reschedule, what is referred to as a rollover, for the next financial year, considering the delays that had happened, which are beyond the entity itself. On the aquaculture development, that is Abelone Farm, the Kucha in that regard had a dichotomy in its approach. The first one is on the private investor to drive development of the economic infrastructure of Zone 10 and unlock the required capital. Or the alternative is for government-driven economic infrastructure, and that the limitation with the second approach is an availability of budget for government to invest on the infrastructure as social infrastructure is already in place. And therefore, the recommendation is that Kucha must devise a private investor plan that will develop the economic infrastructure required to unlock the 4.5 billion spin-off potential and that 250 potential direct jobs. Also is for the Kucha to consider land leasing as an option in the dichotomy they have. That is due than selling that land to lease it out due to the inherent compounded earnings potential in future investment if they lease that land. Also, the department must devise a detailed program to encourage expansion of market participants in the aquaculture itself, much more on the new entries into the sector. Then on the Nelson Mandela Bay Logistic Park. Logistic Park is aimed in stimulating development of the automotive industry in Eastern Cape and in South Africa. The findings there is that that park, it is not as yet incorporated into the SEZ, that is Kucha 1, under the favorable conditions of DTI and therefore the grants that it may receive. Secondly, there is a challenge of sourcing substantial capital investment through the DTIC or the department itself, that is DEDEAT. Also, there's been no SEZ advisory board for 4 years, which affects the operation of that entity. Recommendation is that the SEZ must urgently pursue the objective incorporation of the Nelson Mandela Park into SEZ to move faster into a goal of financial sustainable that park. Also, for CTC, must consider sourcing capital investment through alternative funds. And also, CTC, through the department, must advocate for urgent appointment of the SEZ advisory board. Also, that CTC must devise an immediate plan to retain operational investors with closer, particularly those that have a closer expiry contracts, while it is also developing a plan for medium to long-term investor attraction and retention into the park. On Kucha One-Stop Investment Center, that investment center is supported by Invest SA, funded through the SEZ operational budget, and it provides comprehensive range of tailored services required to meet the needs of investors and aims to improve business environment by reducing bureaucratic red tape, as it were. That center, the finding, important one, that the wind farm project is renting storage for the wind turbine parts from Kucha. However, the CTC entrance is not suitable to accommodate the equipment of wind turbine size, requiring construction to extend it. And therefore, the recommendation is that the one-stop investment center must embrace investment aftercare, advisory service and policy advocacy to facilitate investment and retention as part of comprehensive services it offers. It must also revise sector-focused approach to be more specific on sectors such as green industries, energy services industries, resource-based industries, that is agro-processing, manufacturing and advanced manufacturing. That CTC must engage external service providers to consider getting more inspectors for operations not to be negatively affected. And that also CTC must renovate its entry point or build a dedicated line or entrance for the wind turbine parts and equipment such as means of retaining that project. On the Stellantis investment, you would know there's been a lot of work done, and Premier consistently had advised that 3 billion investment of the Stellantis here in Nelson Mandela. However, there are delays in obtaining regulatory approvals from the municipality and stakeholders' approvals, such as the Department of Labor, which negatively affect the implementation schedule of that project. The recommendation is that CTC must devise a plan to effectively handle objections, create a sense of agency, identify Stellantis needs, build a rapport, and qualify the prospects of that project, accelerated its implementation considering the delays. And further, the CTC must explore other means of sourcing capital funding, such as borrowing against the CTC balance sheet, selling and or auctioning corporate bonds in an open market to fund SZ projects, but engaging stakeholders for the project as identified. On the visit to Automotive Industry Development Center, what is known as AIDC, Eastern Cape, the finding there is that the mandate of AIDC has evolved and expanded over years, particularly 2003. The developments in the mandate require AIDC to transform in the current shape and form and be more responsive to the automotive sector needs and ensure effective implementation of automotive policy. The recommendation is that the IDC must devise a plan, with the department on its reporting lines. The plan must demonstrate and motivate how it will optimal effectiveness will be achieved by AIDC in executing the mandate and the expanded one. Secondly, that the department must review AIDC budget allocation to align with its performance targets and extended mandate, as it were. The committee also commends the partnership and recommends that that's a partnership of the AIDC with the TVETs, particularly around Nelson Mandela. And the department commends that to an extent that such a partnership and program must be rolled across the province to assist learners with a much needed experience when entering the job market. The department must also consider possibility of establishing intergovernmental partnership with all the relevant stakeholders. AITC must also ensure installation of 11 outstanding EVs, that is charging stations, that are installed by the end of 2024-2025. And those AITC must establish the township automotive hubs, identify of those that is Mthatha, Komani, and in Somerset East. Then on the projects that are funded by the department quickly, the first one we visited is Hloza Engineering.
Honourable Member, you have 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And Hloza is a business that is focusing on manufacturing, mechanic, welding, and fabricating parts and materials that made to steel and according to the client's needs, as it were. The finding there is that Hloza Engineering has a short-term contract and does not have a long-term contract with any of the clients that it services, and it is about is operating at a 50% efficiency level, and it has the shortfall in its operation of about 500,000. And the recommendation is that the department must assist Hloza Engineering to review its expenses and cash flow over the past year, and the firm must review its employees' policies and pay, operational system, finances, growth plan, and strategy, as it were, and that the department must assist Hloza Engineering with a plan to improve efficiency and operations. The department must also evaluate how and whether it will be able to assist Hloza to acquire the 5-axis machines that they are in dire need of. and further, the department must devise a plan to assist closer engineering with the required delivery vehicle and working capital that they require. On rhino manufacturing is a recycling plan that processes waste and convert into raw material and therefore develop its business enterprise from waste, particularly plastics in the waste space. And therefore, the finding is that the generation of waste streams after COVID has resulted into high costs for them as input costs to the business that they do, that the municipality does not have an effective waste management resulting into citizens' source of waste, that's of plastics, not disposing waste in an orderly manner. And the recommendations is that the department must engage the relevant municipality through relevant channels on vertical intergovernmental relations to establish waste management forum with private firms that are in the waste space, as it were. And also that the department must devise means to amend and extend the MOA, Memorandum of Understanding, to allow the deviation in the expenditure, as the project was allocated money but could not spend the money that they have, and therefore MOU has expired, and that requires the department to do work in that regard. On a clean-up trading enterprise, regarded as CHUT, supplies cut and packaged vegetables to retail enterprises such as Spa, OK, Pick and Pay, restaurants, and all of that within this municipality. And that farmers market basically requires the following equipment: additional cutting and dicing equipment, sealing machines for packets containing cut vegetable, industrial peeler to speed up processing of potatoes, and all of that. The recommendation is that the 5-year funding cycle, which is about to lapse for the project, present an opportunity for the department to provide additional funding cycle to CUT as a business. And secondly, that the department must divide to ensure consistency of supply and quality of
Honorable Member, your
inputs.
time is up. You must wrap up.
As the department, Honorable Speaker, would want to, so as a committee, would want to thank the department for the support it provided, and all the projects that were visited here in Nelson Mandela were much welcomed and given for consideration by this House. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You surely you can do better than that. Can't you do better than that? Yes. Yes. Is there a problem with the blood sugar level? No, please. We still have another report to do before we go into lunch. It depends on how effectively we can ask those questions. May we start under the report of the deed? The traditional leaders, the Khoi and the San leadership, business, religious, women, youth, disability, the LGBTQI plus community. If those sectors can please line up to ask their questions under this respective report first. Then from the wards, can we have the wards line up, 4 from each of the clusters? That means from the wards we will have 24 from the wards plus all of the sectors. And it gives us plus minus 30 people that actually speaks at the end of the day. With no noise, please, with no noise. There's no need to get excited. The sectors, are you all lined up? Can we start, please start with the sectors. Where's the mic? Oh, you have the mic already. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker of the House. Which reminds me, they are asking me not to respond on the abolition for gender neutral. It is a very important one.
Every time you speak, you will identify yourself.
I am Makebeng once again, colleagues and associates from the LGBTI plus sector as the secretary of the forum. It's only 3 quick, direct questions, Speaker. Ndiyacela ke nimpumzuzu into zobawo. The first one is the aquaculture, which I still find that we, as civil society organizations, in economic power in the comprehensive national strategic plans, in Pillar 5, Mamukhrotbom, as coordinators of those pillars, the aquaponics in the aquaculture, it seems not to find expression whenever we talk economic power. When it comes to aquaculture, we still have no expression in the aquaponics, the farm fishing. In the land leasing, Howard Wish, Speaker, it could go as far as reaching our communities to those community-based organizations that are leading economic power so that the land also be provided to them. CUTE, where has this CUTE been? Because we've got agro-processing in the civil society organizations which are led by community nutritional centers, your CNDCs in our communities. We haven't been part of the CUTE. Where has the CUTE been and what is it doing to work and strengthen working relations with the community-based organizations? Lastly, the automotive industry. We have got work that had been done, if I am correct, by the former MEC of Social Development to capacitate youth in our communities, in the automotive industry, in the ETC. They've graduated. Have they been employed in these automotive initiatives that have been done?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker. Can those in the queue be quiet? You are disrupting the house. Please, I am imploring you. Thank you. You may proceed, Mfundisi.
Greetings, everybody. Pastor Pamela Tony. I'm standing here and representing Isifundisi. I only have 2 requests that I was made. Banthethe ngazo. Eyokuqala kweli cala le business sector. Siyacela ukuba kwezi ndawo zorhulumente ozincedisana nabantu in terms of funding and helping out. Sicela wethu ukuba zibe people friendly kancinci because ufumanisa bana kutixekile kakhulu as in terms of requirements. Abantu, we've got skills, we've got availability and all, but xa ufika phana ufumanisa ba ufika, there's a lot that is required ongakwazi ufikelela kuyo. So can nisincedise ukuba zibe the people. And then the second requirement that we have, can the church please have a stronger relationship with the government? We as the pastors feel like we are being sidelined 99.99% of the time. So Caesar Abagengogo on our knees, making a proposal to the government, but can you please marry us? We want to have a stronger relationship with the government, and we think together we can make more positive improvement in the society. Just that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mfundisi. Next speaker.
Afternoon, Speaker, and protocol observed. My name is Tumeka Langboy. I'm representing Alex Matikinga, specifically from Ward 60, 59, and all those wards under Alex Matikinga. Mine is on the family structure, Speaker. We have broken families in our wards, and which leads to the poor children upbringing manner. So we are saying if we can maybe have, due to the broken families, maybe we can have a mobile social workers on the ball, maybe circulating to all wards. The offices are needed of the social workers so that we can be able to help those broken families. Because at the end of the day, Speaker, the children are suffering mostly in this situation. The second point, which is the last point, Speaker, is the restoration of family values in our cluster. Meaning we don't have, in most clusters, we have less facilities in terms of gym facilities and other facilities like even the sports facilities are few. So we can maybe add to that so that we can have a restoration of the families, that we can come together. Amen.
Thank you so much. May I remind the participants, we are now dealing with the report of the Department of Economic Environmental Affairs as well as Tourism. If you have still comments or questions that you would want to pose on the social development report, please submit it to the PPP&E desk and they will incorporate those questions. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam, I only have one question about Etakoi and the Sun.
Every time, please introduce yourself and which sector you represent. It's very important for us.
I'm the sector of the AC chaplain, but I'm here now for the Koi and the Sun because I'm the chief of the Koi and Sun for the Nama Koi house. Now, in terms of the economic empowerment of this beautiful economic report, I would love to that the recommendations need to rectify the identity recognition of the Koi and the Sun so that they can be part of this economic beautiful report so that we can be equal into everything that is for the first indigenous community recognition in this country. For the first time since the vote of 94, that the Koi and the Sun can have the reality so that we can, our areas are full of gangsters and gun shooting of guns for drugs, so that our community can benefit, the youth can benefit out of this beautiful report. I thank you, my honor.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Greetings to the whole House. Mr. Jonas from Ward 38. I'm one of the ward committees. For us, it was very difficult because we are undermined firstly as ward committees. Up to now, we don't have tools of trade. So for us to go door to door to work our work, it is not easy. So please, can you just look up to make sure that it has been done, our Speaker. To come to this, we discussed there in our ward, if business has been taken away from us as South Africans because it's run by the foreign nationals. And you can notice that they've got funding somewhere because these boys are coming robbing them, but they will still going on. There's something wrong. Their places will be done, but but our government is doing nothing for us so that we can participate in the economy of this country.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we need intervention in that regard.
Thank you. You've made your points. Thank you so much. Next speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I'm a little bit worried about the presentation that's been done by Kucha. I'm asking myself, wondering, as a constituency, I'm Reverend Kongwana, constituency of the stakeholders in the metro. We've been of the youth, the training, and then I would like to ask a question. How Kucha make recruitments for the youth, our community? Because there is crime is escalating in the metro. It's because they are unemployed. Can Kucha help us? Because we can't see them in Kucha, or Kucha is not visible. How Kucha come close to our community? Even the councillors can't reach Kucha. Even anyone, there are no processes like recruitment to our community. Seems that if Kucha is far away from Kabeja, what is happening?
Thank you so much. Thank Thank you so much, Mfundisi. Next speaker.
Hi everyone. My name is Tenjiwe Nonimba. I'm from Siapambili Disability Project in Woma. Speaker, uhulumende wethu uthi vuka uzenzele. As a disabled people, we are tired of bangaba sijonge ba eyethu into is to get a disability grant. Sifuna uba ne huge impact kwi-economy yaseMzantsi Afrika. We started our own NPOs. Ukwenzela into yokuba sibonwe nathi ukuthi singabantu. The only thing that we need kukusupportwa financially. Ukuba urhulumente xolo ke awushoyima ndiboni yalo. Uba urhulumente unonciphisa kwi-red tapes. Siya applya but asikwazi ukufumana ngoba kaloku imiqulu mikhulu. And if we can get abantu to assist us, ukwenzela siqhube, siyathunga konto singayenziyo kodwa sifuna uequipa sibe ne-competition kunye nabantu aba-able-bodied. Babone ukuthi whilst we are disabled, but we can also produce a quality thing abakwazi uyiproducer nabo. We don't want i-favors. Asifuna ukwenzelwa i-favor. Sifuna ukuncediswa to sustain ourselves.
Nkosi kakhulu, Mama. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next participant.
Good day, Speaker. Nababonga abantu abalapha. My name is Zolela Ngabeni. The Sugaga Ward 27. Pansi workaholic i-councillor yetu umvet. Mna apha, I've got only 2 points here. Now I heard MEC ethetha ngekucha. But we as business people, we are not benefiting anything from Ikucha. I'm talking about the Nelson Mandela at large.
Tata, can you just take off your caps? You are in the house. Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think you have forgotten it's not raining inside.
Sorry, Speaker. What I'm saying, we as business people here at Nelson Mandela Metro, we don't benefit anything from Kucha. All what we hear from Kucha, we hear it through these processes, through these programs. Otherwise, if we were involved, directly involved in the Kucha programs, we wouldn't have any chance of coming here and stand here and complain, because it would be our own baby.
Thank you so much.
Now,
Tata, you have belabored the point. Thank you so much. Give over to the next participant. We've got your point. You took very long to get there. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good day, everyone. My name is Naolu Tando Kubeni from Ward 59, Alex Matikinga cluster. I have 2 things to address. It's a question and a suggestion. In this report, I don't see urban farming that entails crop farming, stock farming, and home industry. That's point number 1. I don't see it here. Yet it can develop more jobs, create economy, and it's broad. My second point is about the nature reserve. Along Sokops River, we have beautiful birds there Flamingo Rail Bridge. That part could be turned into a nature reserve to create jobs and to attract tourists. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well done, Mama. Well done. Next speaker. The females are doing very well. To the point.
My name is Toliswa Chafta. I am from Ward 57, Alex Matikigma cluster. And the first point that I want to raise is that we would like the department to sit and try and assist in removing all the restrictions regarding the 35 and above that are not employed. Those people are willing and able to work, but seemingly they are too old. They are too old to be employed, but they are too young to actually get any pension. Second point that I want to raise also regarding Kucha. I'm a resident in Motherwell. Kucha is just a theory to us. It's just a little, or if there is any margin of young people that are employed there who benefit from this job creation illusion that they're giving everybody. Thirdly, I would like to ask the department to fund NPOs that are assisting with regards to skills development in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well done. I hope that there are people from Kucha that has joined us that is also here as stakeholders. You may proceed, ma'am.
Mandizibuzisele nami. Lo uthethayo nguNomaxabiso, Meleni Fani, ndisuka kaWard 60 eWells Estate. Siyacela manje phayana siWells Estate sincediswe nangendaba yekliniki siyayisokola gqitha ikliniki sibaninzi kakhulu eWells Estate besiba yi-36,000 but ngoku sithi 39,000 to ikliniki kwi-clinic A1 sicela uphinda sinakhelwe enye ikliniki yesibini. Nkosi.
Thank you so much. And please note that Alex Matikina has now exhausted. They have got 4 people speaking. Please, so that we don't add more people from Alex that is going to speak. All the other clusters must still have people that is going to speak. You may proceed, ma'am.
Ndizibulisele kuSpeaker othethayo nguNompomezo Labhithi ndisuka kaWard 53 eKamvelihle.
You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. It's a problem enkulu. It's more than 20 years now. Sifuni isikolo, sifuni iholo. Ikliniki yethu nayo ayisaneli. Sicela ne-mobile clinics for Colchester kunye neKamvelihle siyasokola. Enkosi.
That was the last indulgence to Alex cluster. Please, no one else from Alex will be allowed to speak. Please, they have exhausted their numbers and they are speaking on other reports, not on the report that is here in front of us now. We are dealing with the report of the Department of Economic, Environment and Tourism Affairs. So that is the report that we are dealing with. If you have issues for the Department of Social Development, put those issues to the PPP&E desk. Hand in your questions, your comments, your suggestions to them. You may proceed, Mama.
Ndinguzoliswa Sityebi kaWard 21 phantsi kokansila Mlakazi. Phayana kaWard 21 sinayo i-pond 6 sasithenjisiwe nguDepartment of Agriculture into yobana uzawusenzela abemhle ukwenzela into yokubana sifumane ii-jobs phayana. Siphinde sibe ne-plowing field ephaka M17 nayo efuna ulungiswa. Esicela into yokubana sibe nendawo yokwenzela izithole ngoba abantu abakwazi ukwenza izithole bafuna ufumana imbewu ixesha elininzi ne-trainings kunye ne-containers. Enkosi nihlala.
Nkosi kakhulu, Mama. That is very good. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Igama lam Anele Kondile from eGavenbeki, kaWard 14. Diphuma kwiwadi enkulu kakhulu. Le wadi companies, but into esinotisayo kwezi companies because sino 40, sino Continental, Siyacela kuhulumente make approaches companies kwenzela ba ingqesho izofika eziwadini zethu. Siphinde sicele kwakhona youth development. I-program ezihostwa ngukuha mazize nakwelethi icala.
Thank you so much. This is going very well.
Mandezibulisele kuwe speaker. Igama lami ndingu-Steven athi Nqaneka ndisuka phaka Ward 15 phantsi koba uMpumelelo Julius Major. Andizoba mde speaker, ndifuna just ukugxininisa into yase Red Location Museum that was vandalized. Siyacela ke ngoku irehabilitizwe ilungiswe because phayana bekusandoba kwi-IDP bangabe bekusandopasiswa uphase 2 we-2.5 million. Becela ke baphathiswa nileqe into bangaba izanye ulungiswa la ndawo because kufuneka kulungiswe la library so that abantwana besikolo bangayi kwezinye iwadi ukuze bakwazi ufumana imfundo. Number 2, kune-skill development center that we've proposed ku-IDP plan emva kwaka-engine. Apho khona sisithi besicela into bangaba sivuselelwe laa nto izama ukwenza i-skill development center apho khona abantu bazawufundiswa khona ulantuka ulungisa amatayara emoto uvula so that bakwazi babe namashishini abo. We have another place called business ilantuka i-Singles Men's Hostel ekwandokwenza ebisicela i-rehabilitatwe so that we can able to create a business hub for abantu abatsha ne-entrepreneurs.
Nkosi kakhulu. Thank you. Next speaker.
Mandisibulisele kumama uHelen nesigqeba sakhe. Ndibulise kwindlo yonke. Ndinguzandile wakwamamana. Ndisuka ku Ward 20 phansi ko Mr Ngabase. Ndikwi-cluster kaGavenbeki. Apha ndizomela abakwa business. Apha into endizoyicela kurhulumente asincede kugcwele my friend ewadini yethu aba-inspector. I-inspector zihleli aziyi kwezavenkile kuthengiswa ukutya okudala. Besicela ke urhulumente noba angathi kwiward nganye kulo 60 waseNelson Mandela Metro akhupha abantu noba bathathu ayobatraina for uba babe ngoo-inspector abaqashe ezavenkile nyanga nanyanga zitshekishwe ukutya ezikuthengisayo uba kukwimeko eright na. Siphinde sibe nee-cooperatives esinazo ewadini yethu. Besicela urhulumente ii-cooperatives zivuleleke uyoma ngebhisho zikwazi ukusaplaya nebhisho. Phelele into yoba zisaplaye apha kwimetro xa ziwelile zikwazi uhoywa zisuka kwimetro.
Nkosi kakhulu mama. Thank you so much. Well done.
Mandisibulisele kumhlali ngaphambili, ndisibulisele komama kotata bonke abalapha kulutsha ngegama lika Yesu Kristu Nkosi yethu, amen. Ndiyazibulisela. Igama lam ndinguNobuhle Faku. Ndiphansi kwecluster kaGavenbeki ndikwa Ward 20 phansi kokhansila uMorris Ngabase. Ndizele into eziyi-2 izicelo ezimbini apha. Ndizele isicelo samaxhewukazi omama abadala abapeya indodla. Sizocela okokuba ugovernment angenelele emaxhewukazini okokuba sibe nezinto zokusebenza, equipment, ngoba asikabi nayo equipment, asikabi nayo nendawo yokusebenzela, sisangenele ezicaweni. Ndicela ugovernment angenelele apho. Okwesibini ndizowumela omama aba-under 60, omama abaphila ngegranti zabantwana abangathathi ntweni. Ndicela ugovernment angenelele nalapho. Enkosi.
Nkosi kakhulu mama. Next speaker.
Ndiyazibulisela. Igama lami uLucy Mgubasi from Ward 28 under uLuzo Kopita ku-Champion Galera. Job scarcity is very high, and we kindly request to have more jobs or project created because most people were not fortunate enough to have education. So these jobs actually help them because some of them do not require any academic levels. And also we do have people who have grade 12 who are graduates who do apply to jobs but are not kindly enough to get any jobs based on lack of experience and skills. So we require to have a change in the age of 35 years to be changed so that some people could be able to get enough time to apply. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Mandibulise ku Madam Speaker negqiza lakho no councillor base Nelson Mandela Metro nabahlali babo. Siyabulisa. Kuncinci nje okwam Madam Speaker. Ndingusizakele Mnqamisa from Ward 30 under uCouncillor Xolani Noche. Kula ward ke in a big economy, in a company ezinkulu ne complex. Umbuzo wam wokuqala uthi we-economy and development ithini iplan yakhe around i-small traders ne-small business around izitrato zaka-Ward 30 na in front of i-complex. Owesibini, njengoba ndithetha nge-big companies, sinabantu abatsha endicinga uba banida iskill bakwazi ukuziphuhlisa. Usebenzisana njani economic development nezi big companies zikhoyo pha ewadini ka-Ward 30? Okugqibela, Madam Speaker, ingaphazamiseka i-economy yaka-Ward 30 kuba sinendlela ekuthiwa iKoyana Road phayana apho i-tourist zithanda uhamba khona, but xa ufika kwiskwere se-Plus iyaphela laa ndlela, idisappointe ibe ngu-one way ubheke ezirobhotsini. Ingaba
Thank you so
economic
much.
development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Speaker, igama ngumelumzi wakwangatha, ndiphuma ka-Ward 26, Champion Galela. Speaker, regarding the issue ye tourism, kukho issue ya PEPCO 3 Quasas 2. There was money ingange 4 million eyayisuka from the province esiya ka-Ward 26. Iyo yenza amatye for remembrance for amakabani. At the same time, kwakuzokwenziwa ne-office yaka-councillor kwasa space, because Ward 26 i-office yakhe ika-Ward 25. Ingxaki ke leyo. Le mali ke yathi disappear yaya kwenye project ethiwa Iron Man. Siyayifuna ke le project ibuye wena speaker. Okwesibini, i-cooperatives sa encouragewa sa promotewa ba masizenze, but asifumani funding ne assistance. Okwesithathu, ikurha ewe khona kuthethwa ngebillions, but when it comes to masizibone okanye sisebenze ekurha sizi SMME okanye abantu ba employwe ekurha ayenzeki lonto asiyiboni thina. Maybe ngabantu abasuka outside of iGqeberha aba employwayo. Kubekho issue ye wardism. Sinengxaki ye wardism. Abantu awukwazi usebenza outside of your ward ngokaphe metro. Iba ingxaki leyo. So asikwazi ke ngokukhula singabanye kwebusiness. Sesaba ne-documents aphela ngoku. Sihleli sibukele, sicela uncediswa mani kulonto leyo. Because ukuze ngokube uyasebenza no business funa kuphatha igani.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's all. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the parliament. Gamalam Dungunaleti Zamela, ndiphuma pha kwa-Ward 14, phantsi kwesikhokhelo sika-Councillor Uluyanda Lawo. Okwam akukho kuninzi, ndizawucaphula nje izinto ezimbalwa esine-challenges zazo pha ewadini. Ikhona ingxaki esihlangabezana nayo pha kwela candelo le-infrastructure. kukho ingxaki etshisibunzi ngamandla pha. When it comes kwindima ye-payment ye-contractors, lamba lo uyaphazamisa kakhulu. Ngoba zawungabhatalwa i-contractors ngexesha elifanelekileyo, iphazamisa umsebenzi egroundini. Ufumanisa into yobana ngoku umsebenzi umile, abahlali bayakhala, bafuna ukulwa ne-office kaKhansila. Ibe ingxaki ingekho kwi-office kaKhansila. Ndiyacela ke umasipala makasincedise kulaa ngxaki. Asiyazi into yobana sibe kuxingephi, kodwa ikhona ingxaki. Ngoba ekugqibeleni nabantu abasebenza kwezi contractors baphethe beyeka usebenza. Sibe naloo ngxaki njalo. Xa ndigqitha ndifuna ukuthi i-request endinayo, an urgent intervention to ensure timely payments to contractors mayenzeke. Streamline payment processes maziqhube. Consider implementing guarantee scheme recommendations, regular monitoring of payment schedules, collaboration between departments to resolve payment issues, development of a contingency plan for unexpected delays. Ndiyacela sincediseke.
Thank you so much, Mama. Thank you. I think you've made your point. Thank you. Next speaker. And can the speakers please keep the mic as close to their mouths as possible so that the sound is audible?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anita Naidu. I'm a Global Peace Ambassador and also resident of Ward 10 under the leadership of Councillor Lenny Mudley. I would like to speak on economic development for our community garden project, and this is what we need to make it successful. From the government, we would like, if they could please assist us with some seedlings, some fertilizer, security, fencing, and some stalls. We have identified an individual that was going to be assisting us with aquaponics and sand ponics, where we can get fresh vegetables and fruit, organic, and also fish. So, and also with the agro-processing. This will create tourist attraction, job security, food security, and also who is going to benefit. All the communities can come together, and we're wanting to also have an open market there where all the vegetables could be sold, creating employment for a lot of people, and the communities can benefit as well.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Ndibulisile kumntu wonke ongaphakathi endlini Camakwini. NdinguNomonde Bhojana, ndisuka kwaWard 29 phantsi koKhansila uBenjamin Nomnqa. Mna ke ndizawuthetha ngemiba nje emibini malunga nemafama. Ndizawuthetha kuqala ngamafama afuyileyo. Sine-challenge enkulu ngakumafama afuyileyo ngendima yomhlaba. Siyacela uncediswa kakhulu ngokuba abantu abafuyileyo banikwe umhlaba wokwazi ufuya ukuze i-economic yethu izokwazi ukuphuhla. Ndiphinde ndithethe ngabantu abamafama abalimayo. Ndiyacela kakhulu into yokokuba ngaba bahoywe, banikwe i-equipment yolima, bafundiswe nokuba umhlaba ulinywa njani, zi-aplaywa njani ii-chemicals ukuze sizokwazi ukuphuhlisa i-economic yethu, sithengise singathengi kwamanye amazwe.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Ndisibulisele phakathi endlini. Igama lam ndingulino Khanya wakaBlom. Ndiward committee ka-29 under ukansila uNomqa. Namhlanje ndizawuthetha ngonostand. Onostand bathengisa phandle.
Can I just ask that those that are manning, can we please ensure that we don't have two speakers from the same ward speaking on the same topic? It is detracting from other wards that would get an opportunity to speak. This is now the fourth on the debate, but they are having duplicate people speaking. Please. You may proceed, ma'am.
Mandiyeke xa kuthiwa ibithethiwe. Mandiyeke multi-purpose. Sino multi-purpose phana eBoys Park. Wayenziwe ngo-2013 kanye 2014. La multi-purpose waze sakhiwa wayekwa phakathi. Waenda up vandalized. Ngaske siphinde sincediswe la multi-purpose akhiwe. Because angasincedisa kwezinye izinto ngoba kukho abantu abanelene abathungayo nabantu abanithayo abahleliyo abazenzele ezindlini. Sicela ukuncediswa kulo multi-purpose eBoys Park. Enkosi.
Nkosi ma. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good day, I'm Leanne Casper from 131 in Missionville. I'd like to highlight and rather ask a question. As we all know that the crime rate in especially health facilities, it has risen. So I'd like to know whether the MEC has got a plan in place on how to secure such facilities. Number two is that we require a tourism attraction except for NMU, such as a multi-purpose center. It would bridge a lot of things, because it would assist us on how to grow ourselves and how to become protective people, on how to lead this country, and also how to become betterment in ourselves, especially how to grow our economy.
That's your third point that you've already made. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Molweni, Dr. Nipari from Watford. Ndinemibuzo nje emibini mna. Okokuqala, I just want to ask
Sir, can I just understand which ward is that?
Watford.
Ward 40?
Yes.
But
Blackburn. I have two questions. My first question is, why Van Staten's Reserve is not part of the heritage site? ASB, what is the municipalities doing with the closed landfills that can create it, or by extracting imitant gas that we can exchange it so that we can produce in LP gas?
thank you so much, Tata. And please assist with the mic.
All right. Ndisibusele kweSpeaker kunye neCabinet yonke yakho. I-points mina ngizothetha ngazo kakhulu mandimzolisa iqala wakaMadolwana from Ward 4 eWoma. Phana eWoma xa ungenayo kwi-entrance there's istrato phaa esithiwa iFountain Avenue, whereby kwi-entrance of Woma ubona khona iWoma endala yakhona. Phana sineWoma village eyakhiwayo umasipala, but now that Woma village asisoyiyo laa nto yayiyo yayikhelwe yona kuqala, but ngoku i-operatwa ngabantu basemzini, which is the foreigners mostly. Bendicela sibonisane ukuthi bangaba umasipala athi how about angenelele in terms of bangaba la center ibe urban center whereby abantu abayang kunye nabanye abantu baseWoma i-originals
Thank you.
esinokwazi ukuthi bangaba zenze.
Thank you so much. You've made your point.
That's the
Oh, no,
point
no,
of
that will be your fourth point. That if you make another point, it will be your fourth point.
No, I was addressing first.
No, we've got the intention, what you are speaking about.
Okay, can I continue?
No, can you please hand over the mic to the next person? You don't need to
No,
elaborate. No. No. You don't need to elaborate on your point, because that is what the speakers are doing. Once we get what you want to say, the gist is there. Thank you.
Ndizibulisele somlomo ngumuntu lapha. Igama lami ndinguSimpiwe Dulwana, ndisuka kwa-Ward 3 eMolle Blackburn. Mna ndizawubethelela kakhulu phaa kwi-unemployment ethe yalida abantu bazenzela amashishini abo. But the same businesses they were trying to do, ziyafa every day because of into abantu abana because of lack ye experience on how to do it business. So ndizawucela mna apha kumasipala ne province kuba kuxhaswe abantu abatsha, kuxhaswe abantu abenzayo businesses in terms of skills development when it comes to how to manage a business and how to grow a business. Yeah, Ngosi.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Honorable members of the legislature, igama lam ndingufundiswa, ndisuka Ward 5. I've got only 2 pressing concern issues from Ward 5 under tourism and infrastructure. Eyokuqala, tourist safety. Increase security measures to protect visitors from robbery and crime, ensuring and secure experience for those exploring our ward. Eyesibini, vandalism has damaged several historical buildings in our ward, compromising their cultural significance. We request measures to protect these sites, safeguarding our heritage for the future generation. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
All right. I'm audible enough, Speaker. All right, thank you. The name is Zulu Babalo Mseleni Tamakwin. All protocol observed. I represent Ward 52, which is under the leadership of Councillor Swanopo. Zolangini is the sector. Madam Speaker, we have 2 questions for economic development. On the IDP, we were promised that we'll get an answer from economic development, and we were told that the question will be liaised. Whereas we are registered companies, small companies, we are expected to have accountants and all of that in order to submit and whatever, and we are unable to afford those accountants. I would like to know, we would like to know as eBay Land and what in 152 that what can economic development do for us in supplying those accountants, even if it's one accountant that can, however, come and monitor and assist within the books, you know, in how we can manage our books and all of those. And the second thing is that we will require monitoring and mentorship from economic development. If we can be provided with that into how we can sustain and maintain our businesses and how we can grow our businesses, how soon can we get such a particular service?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first like to make a statement that economic development deals with the creation of jobs. But as citizens of this great metro, we don't need EPWP jobs, which is 3 months and 6 months. We need sustainable jobs to sustain our families and prevent us from sitting at the bottom of the ladder in poverty. We don't want to languish in poverty. We need sustainable jobs. Government need to work on long-term projects, employing the citizens of the Eastern Cape. The second point I want to make is in terms of safety. There's a huge outcry. Crime is affecting everyone in South Africa. And so I'd like to pose this question. Why can't the Eastern Cape government put satellite police stations in the different areas? Because previously when satellite police stations were visible, it will serves as deterrence to crime. Because in Utenek alone, one police station in Kamesh serves 12 to 13 areas. There's an outcry for that build more police stations because informal settlements are rising like mushrooms, but no visible police satellite stations.
Thank you
I
so
thank
much.
you.
May I just remind the participants that when you come up to speak, please introduce yourself and please state your ward. Next speaker.
Ik begroet allemaal hier binnen. Ik is Jean Davis van 48, Ward 48. Ik is vanmorgen hier, meneer, wat die lekker is hier, want ik is een ma van 6 kinderen, een getrouwde vrouw, maar ons krijgt niet werk hier. Als elke keer naar diezelfde mensen, waar is onze little piekers is weggevat. Mijn eerste kind was 1 jaar oud, toen ik nog gewerkt had, hij weer gewerkt naar je niet. En morgen gaan ik op
Mevrouw, hou net zo'n beetje aan. Mensen, alsjeblieft. Daar's 'n dame wat praat, kan jy asseblief stil bly sodat u kan hoor wat sy eintlik sê, want nou reageer julle op haar toon die hoe sy praat, né? Gee haar net die respek sodat sy haar saak kan stel asseblief. Baie dankie mevrou, u mag aangaan.
Ik heb die bij hem te zeggen, is wat ik zeg, ik wil net helemaal voor Ward 48 werk hier. Ons is bij alle meetings, alle goede van ons jongelingen willen werken. Ons wil niet stout wezen, ons wil werken voor onze kinderen en onze huizen. Toen ik die huis los, toen zei hij pap net van achter tot voor. Die vloer was weer gekomen die weken. Wij kunnen het hier eens droge kleren niet. Zo alsjeblieft. Ik vraag net voor werk voor ons alle jongelingen van Ward 48. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie mevrouw.
Madam Speaker, mine is a comment and a question. I'm from Ward 52. My name is Mlamli Tambo. I won't tell you who's my ward councillor, but I reside in this venue of this city. The reality in South Africa is hard to swallow. Nigerians and Congolese own illegal drug market and human trafficking. The Pakistans, Somalians, Ethiopians own township economy. The Zimbabweans, Malawians, Mozambique and Namibians, etc. own job market. The Europeans own the land, minerals, livestock, all strategic economic sectors. Native South Africans own nothing but voting rights. My question is, Comrade Hele, when are you taking an inventory of undocumented national foreigners and deport them? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tata Tambo. That brings an end to the questions. Can we then have the MEC for the portfolio committee, not the portfolio committee, for the department, MEC Nonkubela Peters will come up to the podium, and we are giving her 15 minutes. I know there's a lot of questions that have been posed from other departments. Those MECs will take those questions later in health. Safety will be for tomorrow. In other departments of Home Affairs, if you can respond, MEC, if not, perhaps one of the other MECs are able to respond tomorrow. Over to you, MEC Peters.
You Honorable Speaker,
Good afternoon to you, Honorable Speaker, the Acting Premier, MECs, and the members of the legislature, and all the residents of Nelson Mandela that are here. Speaker, in the previous portfolio, bekubube ngabantu abayi 25, and in this one, there were 33 people that have asked questions. And thank you that I will not respond to those that did not require response from the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. The report that was tabled here by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, he was presenting their findings from the visits that they have made in Nelson Mandela and the projects that they have visited in Nelson Mandela. They did not visit all projects that are funded by the department in Nelson Mandela. Coming to the SMMEs that are claiming that they are not getting any business from Kucha, I will start from Speaker, ku financial year 2022-2023, the black-owned businesses received 525 million business amount, businesses that amount to 525, quarter one, and in quarter two, it was 3 billion, and also women, it was 24 million, and quarter one, and in quarter two, it was 21. So it tells you that all SMMEs are benefiting from Kucha. All those who qualify do benefit, and also Kucha is an SCZ of the Eastern Cape that is supposed to benefit all the residents of the Eastern Cape province. But it is housed in Nelson Mandela.
Honorable MEC, honorable members, you will not howl in the house. If you want to howl, go out. If you are not happy with the response, go out. The responsibility of the MECs is to come up and to respond to your questions. You may not like the response. It may not go well down with you, but you have a responsibility to sit and to listen, because that is what the MEC did when you were posing your questions. That is democracy at working. Can we please adhere to those protocols that is applicable to this House? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Speaker. As at the 30th of September, a total of 1.6 billion contracts that were awarded by Kucha. 826 million of these contracts benefit black-owned SMMEs. And also there are people from Nelson Mandela that are employed in Kucha. Last month we were there opening the investment Orion. There were testimonies from people that are residing in Motherwell saying how did the employment in Kucha change their lives. So it means that people are employed in Nelson Mandela. And also on the nature reserve, Speaker, it belongs to the Nelson Mandela Metro, but we will talk to Nelson Mandela and see what is it that they are planning for that nature reserve. On spaza shops that are owned by foreign nationals, the municipality is the one that is issuing out e-licenses to small businesses. But we are working with the municipality to make sure that also even residents don't rent out your premises to foreign nationals, because it's not government that rents out your property. We must work together and make sure that these spaza shops are owned by the residents of South Africa. And as the department working with the municipality, we do have funding for informal traders and township and small town economy. So you can submit your application to our offices. Regional Director, Mr. Els, stand up as a brief. Now, Regional Director, submit the applications there. And also on the issues that were raised here, Zama Farmer will talk to Dr. Da and make sure that those farmers are assisted. On the non-financial assistance, the training that SMMEs need, we are working with CEDA. So we'll work also with the municipality, the LED section of the municipality, and provide support to the SMMEs. On the automotive industry, as AIDC Eastern Cape, we are training. We have partnership with TVET colleges, and we are training young people so that they can have skills. And we are also supporting all the SMMEs. They must submit their applications, the informal traders. And we are also working with the municipality to make sure that they build shelters for the SMMEs. Abamama bathengisela estradweni. But others have been assisted by the department through our entity ECDC. We did buy containers for the informal traders. Ezinye zizomamotherwell bakhona abantu abanoyingqina loo nto. Uba ikenzeki kuwe phakama uzucela uncedo uzayithengela icontainer ngurhulumente ukwazi uba necontainer osebenzela kuyo. On the contractors that are not paid, we are working with Provincial Treasury because I quit department efan by ibhatali contractors within 30 days. All departments, they are and municipalities, they are supposed to pay contractors, all SMMEs or service providers within 30 days. And if they do not do that, they are killing the SMMEs. So MECs, make sure that your departments do pay within 30 days. And nani bono contractor, make sure that your invoices are right and ifaki invoices is wrong, so that you can be paid within the stipulated time. Ingathi ndigqibile kwezi bezize kum somlomo ezinye zezamanye amasebe ukhona uMEC Gade education ukhona uMEC Chapha uhealth no social development nomasipala for amaholo kodwa ke sayigqithisa imiyalezo kubo. Enkosi somlomo.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. I will now call upon the Secretary to read the third order of the day. Honorable members, I know some of you are tired, you might be hungry, but we have the business to conclude, and we will only be able to have lunch thereafter. This is the last report that will be tabled. Over to you, Secretary.
Presentation of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Health and Oversight Visits to Health Facilities around Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality.
I now call upon the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee to present the committee's report. Honorable Vimbayo, you have got 15 minutes to table the report.
Somlomo ndivumele ndithi ndibulisile kuwe namalungu. Kodwa ndibulise ngokukhethekileyo kubahlali baseNelson Mandela nakubantu abasibukele kumakhasi onxibelelwano beMpuma Koloni. Honorable Speaker, the terms of reference of the committee were to conduct pre-visits to identified healthcare facilities in Nelson Mandela. In preparation for the taking legislature to the people, make findings, recommendations, and report back to the House. Honorable Speaker, I will try to summarize the report. And we all know that we are pressed with time. Honorable Speaker, we had a stakeholders meeting at Feather Market Center, which included the Health Portfolio Committee representation from the head office, district management, sub-district management, organized labor, governance structures of various facilities, councillors and other social partners. The following facilities were part of our engagement in the week of the oversight visit. 1, forensic pathology services, emergency medical services, organized labor, Doranginza Hospital, NU11 PHC Clinic, Motherwell CHC Clinic, Zwide Clinic, Eitenach Provincial Hospital, Livingston Hospital, Elizabeth Donkin, Chetty Clinic, and Woma 14 Clinic. Honorable Speaker, our stakeholder engagement meeting could not continue as planned on the first day due to challenges raised and the poor representation from the head office. We had to ask the HOD to form part of us on the second day so that we can proceed with our stakeholders meeting. I will mention some of the findings and recommendations in the stakeholders meeting, Honorable Speaker. The district is still faced with high vacancy rates, both in clinical and non-clinical services, and people are acting in positions without necessary allowance, which is unfair. The department must ensure that all vacant funded posts are filled within this financial year, especially those which are funded. The representative of the district forum governance structure was seriously disputed by other stakeholders, and this matter was further compounded by the failure of the district office to own the structure. You cannot form a structure, as we appreciate the intervention of district structures, but we cannot form a structure without the participation of hospital boards and clinic committees. So the structure was disputed. Whilst the committee appreciates efforts of improving governance in healthcare facilities, the department must facilitate proper engagement of all governance structures towards ensuring a fair and considerate process of electing the district from the district forum structure. Serious instability is a clear disjuncture between the head office and the district. Divisions within organized labor and governance structures. The head office must ensure regular visits to the Nelson Mandela as a means to improving lines of communication and building trust to work in tandem with each other. The committee was very much concerned to learn of people on leave for more than a year. The department must present to committee a detailed report on how it happens that people would be on leave for more than a year. Governance structure do not have a clear fundraising policy guidelines through which to source funding. Some of the hospital boards want to fundraise, but there must be a direction and guidelines in terms of how to fundraise as governance structure in hospitals. There was a non-payment of stipend in some of the health facilities. The department must try to fast-track the payment of governance structures in some of the facilities that were mentioned in the detailed report. The department is found to be incorrectly addressing the bloated COE with goods and services budget, which is very risky. The department must refrain from directing funds for goods and services to COE. Nelson Mandela Bay Metro is seriously affected by a very high violent crime rate, thereby compromising security and service delivery in many facilities. Case in point is the closure of Joe Slovo Clinic. The department must engage the South African Police Service for frequent patrols in and around its healthcare facilities to detect criminal elements, and community structures must be on board to encourage communities to exercise restraints. Findings on forensic services. Under forensic services, at the time of our visit, there were 123 unclaimed bodies. The municipality, together with SAPS, must assist with all the necessary arrangements to the burden. In terms of emergency service, medical services, the current organizational structure under EMS is incongruent to the service provider and does not talk to the staffing needs, and only 50 out of 40 vehicles were reported as operational during the visit. 15 out of 40. Others are in garages, and that putting a strain in the services. There is also a serious shortage of patient trolleys. The response time of the service is seriously affected by high crime rate. The department must fast track the finalization of the new organogram and ensure it is financed, and must engage the merchants for purposes of fast tracking the repairs to vehicles. The department must ensure that EMS receive additional patient stories to improve work performance, and concerted efforts to include South African police, community structures, and all other organs are needed to combat the scourge of crime. In terms of organized labor, the Portfolio Committee appreciated that whilst organized labor raised challenges, it also offered some possible solutions. Organized labor reported that Doranginza Hospital is said to be operating on a ring light system, which is not ideal as it is more severely impacted by load shedding. The department must investigate the possibilities of the hospital also being connected to Swartkorp's substation to resolve the matter. It is alleged that Osmond Hospital is being looted and blood samples have been taken there whilst it is closed due to repurposing processes, which is undergoing. The department must initiate a full investigation into allegations of looting, blood samples that have been taken, and proper consequence management steps must be followed. Further, the department must ensure clear time frame for the repurposing of Osmond Hospital. Labour further alleges that the recruitment process in the district is with misconduct. A forensic investigation into recruitment process is recommended. Most facilities are overburdened with which stays far longer than the 72-hour observation period. The department must fast-track step-down facilities to which to decant mental health patients and hence alleviate the burden on the other facilities. Files are still poorly managed and lie around despite the incident of lost stolen files in Doranginza in 2021. The department must demonstrate its commitment to finding a lasting solutions to the crisis of the poor file management, especially the same facility which has a pending case of lost patient files. Joe Slovo Clinic is not properly fenced, leaving it exposed to vandals and break-ins.
Honourable Member, you have 5 minutes remaining only.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The department must present a clear support on the funds of Soweto Clinic and communicate with facility management and the clinic committee to put them in the picture and doubts of suspicions. At Doranginza, the facility is dirty, and even the Tutuzela Care Center is dirty, which further undermines the dignity of the GBV victims. The department must prioritize the employment of general assistants to improve cleanliness in the hospital. In Elizabeth Donkin, the committee was not convinced whether the 28 million corridor project that the hospital is planning to undertake displayed value for money. Whilst efforts to renovate and beautify the facility are appreciated, but the department must ensure that there is full accountability of all the money spent in the corridor project. Livingston Hospital, despite being a tertiary facility with high levels of health care, the hospital tends to be flooded with clients who were supposed to have been managed at primary health care level, and the status of the nurses' home remains unclear. The department must improve service at primary health care facilities as a starting point to mitigate the influx at Livingston Hospital, which is a tertiary facility, and submit a detailed report on the status of nurses' home and future plans for the building. Such report must reach the Portfolio Committee within 30 days of adoption. Eitenech Provincial Hospital. One of the lifts towards casualty has not been working for several years. The department must ensure that all lifts are working in order to serve their purpose. In terms of general findings and recommendations, Speaker, few of them, the governance structure raised a concern that grievances are not considered, and Portfolio Committee found the quarterly stipend to the governance structure as little to nothing. The department must ensure a full recognition and support of governance structures, and also look at the reviewal of the policy for stipend of governance structures. Most clinics are confronted with either small or non-available waiting areas. The department must ensure proper and adequate waiting areas in clinics to improve patient experience of care. Hospitals tend to be overburdened with clinics. I already mentioned, Elena, Honorable Speaker, that we need to strengthen the primary healthcare facilities in order to ease the burden to hospitals. Security in clinics not adequate against high crime rate in areas in which they operate. The department must explore other mechanisms to improve security, especially in clinics. There were areas where departmental reports lacked timeframes, which is tantamount to non-commitment. The department must reflect on clear timeframes when necessary as part of commitment to the cause of improving healthcare services in the province. The glaring dissonance between head office and the is a grave concern to the committee, and thus far the situation has been poorly managed. The head office of the department must ensure regular visits and meetings with the district to close unnecessary gaps and improve lines of communications. The minutes of such meetings be submitted to the Portfolio Committee. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, people of Nelson Mandela Bay Metro and the entire province are looking up to all of us for quality healthcare services. Let us all pull together towards realizing the common goal of delivering quality healthcare services to the public. All the requested reports from the department must be submitted to the committee 30 days after the adoption of this report in the House. The committee therefore recommends that the report be adopted by the House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Vimbayo. That was quite a marathon. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we will now come to the oh my words have escaped me now. We will now come to the order where members of the public will be given an opportunity to ask questions on the report. We will start with the, can we please manage that process? We will only take 4 wards per cluster. That means only 24 from the wards must be there. I will proceed with the sectors. Can I please have the traditional, the Khoi and the San, and 1 of the sectors each only? Business, religious, women, youth, disability, in that order. Please. 1 from each of the sectors. If that queue cannot sort itself out, I will just cut off at number 24 and then we will close the session. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, colleagues and associates, it is Ayanda Makebenge for the LGBTIQ plus sector. Honorable Speaker, I just want to first start with a small complaint. The issue of the abolition. Kubel, I was unfairly treated by the host officials in the women's abolition as a trans woman. I would like to lay a formal complaint. Now I will continue. In having LGBTIQ plus friendly clinics, Mamukapa, can we at least improve in having dental dams for the LGBTIQ plus persons, particularly the lesbians, for making it easy in having to engage in their sexual intercourse? Can we employ and sensitize nurses on anal smear for those that engage in homosexual sexual intercourse, so that from time to time when they visit clinics, they do not get the sense of discomfort having nurses that are not sensitized with having to perform anal smear? The last one would be the finger DOMs as well. Can we at least improve in our health facilities to have such services provided to our members? And please, can we have sensitization workshops of the staffs, the whole province in the Department of Health?
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Siyabulisa ku-Speaker, Parliament yonke, ku-Bishop Uvena, speaking on behalf of we only have one point, Speaker, that we want to bring to your attention. As the church, we have witnessed in Doba, abantu abadala go to clinics go 5 in the morning, and they sit outside. The clinic is avula go 8, and you would find that ukuthi bahlala pha the whole day. The whole day, abe umntu eyothatha only treatment. Sibona abantu abadala ngoku xa besiya clinic, they take lunch with them because they spend the whole day at clinic only to receive treatment. So as the church, we would like to say our churches are available because these people are concerned every Sunday. The health department use in zethu where they can train maybe the youth of our churches just to facilitate le nto yoba abantu abadala bangahlali imini yonke clinic, and go to our church buildings and use them to help them with those things. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mfundisi. Thank you.
Nanga nentsiba zayo okwam kufutshane kakhulu, ndinguBering Sefali from Ward 54 eMotherwell. Ndibeka nje indaba ye-clinics. I-clinic ngo-forums zincinci kakhulu, and xa unoya ujonge kule nto egqiyotshiwo nguBishop Vena, abantu bamaphandle zonke weather conditions zitsho phezu kwabo. Kunekliniki ke enkulu epha ezantsi ngase-shopping center, bayagxothwa phaya abantu bethu, kodwa ke yikliniki enkulu. Kuphinde xa ndizawuhlala phantsi, kunekhampani all over iNelson Mandela ithatha sputum. Ingaba la khampani ithatha phi le tender, ngoba zange ndibone enye ikhampani ethatha sputum ngaphandle kwala khampani. Nathi siyanqwenela apha phezulu apha xa ujonga apha kule ndawo sikuya apha dispatch across the road, kukho indawo phaa ye-cremation phaa iyaqhuma. Laa ndawo ikwela cala lingaphaya, qhumisela ikhaya mnandi na yonke i-dispatch la area. But bear in mind, abantu abamnyama abayenzi into utshisa abantu, but ikwela cala labo. Inkosi kakhulu, ingaske ijongwe kwicala le-health wise.
Thank you. Nkosi kakhulu, Mfundisi. Next speaker.
Molo Mamu Speaker. Igama lam ndinguMongezi Hoyi.
Disuka kwi cluster yase Alex kwa ward 57. All right. Sine NU8 clinic. NU8 clinic at the moment ayisebenzi ivaliwe. Abasebenzi bahleli phansi because akukho security. Security ekhoyo inye ayikwazi ukuthatha umthamo wokujonga iclinic yonke. As a result ayinayo kunye nala guardhouse phangase gateini. Sicela ke kuqwalaselwe ezo zinto. Okwesibini, there's a shortage of staff ku NU8 clinic whereas itwele iward ezintathu.
Thank you so much, Tata. Thank you. That's 2 points that you have raised. Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. I'm Reverend Leonard John Sater of the Koi and Son. Not Koi Son, I ask everybody to give the Koi Son a chance. Give the Koi Son a chance, please. In the report of the health report is, I didn't hear they say that when an old age person is sick, they must have a clinic to go to hospital. But why is the old people go to the hospital? They have been showing a way to the clinic while they are sick inside the hospital. So now, the problem is, Madam, that old age people, it's bad to see they sit at the Rosedale Clinic at Ward 49, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, and the night time they are not helped and there's no medicine to help them. Like happened last year when I took an old lady there was nothing to help her when she was sick. They don't have medicine. And the next day, the following day, they didn't even have the medicine. So today is my question, Madam. Why does the Bishop government, they have a clinic committee there, while the clinic committee can't have a clinic committee out in the community? So how does it work? So we as a Koi and the Son want to know where do we stand and to be recognized to help our people at the clinic.
Thank you so much.
At 149.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My name is Mwanga Peter, is my surname. I am the Secretary for Sangoko. I'm also the chairperson of the Eastern Cape NPO Forum. 3 questions. One is the status of the appointment of the CEO in Doranginsa Hospital. How far is that process? The second question is the existing plan to capacitate the governing structures in clinics and hospitals. And who is the custodian office responsible for that or for the governing structures in hospital? The last question, is there a deliberate plan to deal with safety in the health facilities? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Mancama kusheka khona kuzo zonke ingokholi ezilapha nakwezempilo. Mna ndizawukhanda ukuthemkosi Nkumanda kwakhona. Benzawucela kwicandelo lezempilo like likhawuleze lijonga phaa eprovincial nakwezinye iikliniki imabandla clinic ezincinci ezinabantu abaninzi abadala abafika ngethuba nabantwana abangabazukulwana balala nabo phansi. Benziphana ndihambele eprovincial izolo elinye we pick up abantu abakhulu belala phansi phaa kwesasibhedlele kodwa bezofuna impilo bephela begula kodwa bezokhangela impilo kwezecandelo lezempilo. Bengicela ke iqwalaselwe kakhulu loo nto. Enkosi.
Nkosi, Dad. Nkosi. Thank you so much. That brings to a conclusion the sectors. We will now go over to the wards. Please also do note, I am strictly going to keep you to only 2 comments or questions. The MEC is already sitting with a number of questions that were handed in yesterday to the Triple P and E, those participants who were here, who were prepared to come and ask questions. So you are not the first people. She will first also deal with those questions in her response. And I am only taking 4 from each of the clusters. I am not making exceptions in this report. Over to you, ma'am.
Enkosi Somlomo. Igama ngontombentsha wakwamle. Ndiphuma ka wa 38 phantsi ko councillor uPhumzi Momo. Comrade Helen, population yaka wa 38 ngu 25,000 plus. Iwadi yethu ke ayina clinic. Size apha sizocela iclinic. At least ngomso singavuya uba sinovuka sine temporal structure. Because the abantu bethu abadala bahamba u15 to 10 kilometers to a clinic. Hence ke ngoku thina ewadini sine defaulters ezininzi. In the near future noba kule nyanga izayo sicela u24-hour clinic. Enkosi kakhulu.
Thank you so much. That went well. Second speaker.
Good afternoon, Speaker. I'm Shamima Balkisun and I'm from Ward 10. I'm here to speak about our clinic in Malabar, the Malabar Clinic, which is only open on a Monday and a Friday. On a Monday, the doctor comes maybe once or twice a month. And on a Friday, they only see to the mummies for contraception and for babies. So we literally have one day where they see to the ill. Our ward currently in the last few years has increased by 3 informal settlements, which means obviously there's more residents that need to be serviced in our ward. So we desperately need our clinic to be open 5 days a week. For our pensioners and those that are ill, if you don't make it to see the doctor or a nurse on a Monday, they need to go down to the Helenvale Clinic. And from Malabar to get to Helenvale Clinic, if you don't have your own transport, it's 4 taxis, 1 to Corsten and from Corsten to Helenvale and then back again. And I mean, our pensioners are struggling.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Could I speak to all protocol observed? I'm Avril Gesoon from Ward 13, Lillian Diedrich's cluster. I'd just like a question to know why. On the page I see that Galvandale Clinic and Helenvale Clinic is not on the list. And it's a great concern for us because they cover the whole of Galvandale, Helenvale, Barcelona. It's actually disappointing to not see them here. Secondly, there's no shelter for the people when it rains. So we really need the government to see to that, just to prepare and prevent illnesses and protect the elderly. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Again, Madam Speaker, happiness, I'm back on the move from Ward 29 under the leadership of Councillor Nomu. Now, I'm here for the clinic. Boyson's Park, Shetty area. If you have a picture of old Boyson's Park, there is a clinic of old years, those apartheid years, you can say. That clinic is accommodating over 12,000 people. And the clinic is very small, and there are many problems in that Boyson's Park clinic because of the relocation area, but there's no clinic. So we request a new clinic. The committee of Boyson's Park Clinic wrote a letter even to the district, the Department of Health in PE, but there's no response yet for the situation. So as a belief government, we request a clinic. I thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes Lillian Diedrichs. There will be no one else speaking from Lillian Diedrichs now. Next cluster.
Ndiyazibulisela, ndinguLiziwe Duku, Ward 52, Zolanqini class. Ndizawumela icala laka-health kwindawo yaseBayland, ndikwividi yaseBayland. Ingxaki esijongene nayo yeyobana iikliniki ziyagxothwa ziyazama ukusinceda because indawo esikuyo inkulu kakhulu. Abantu abantu abakwazi ukufumana ezempilo ngokupheleleyo noxa sincediswa ngugovernment ngokuba asithumelele i-mobile clinic. I-mobile clinic ziyarojwa, siyacela ukubana kwenziwe ukhuseleko oluluqilima ukuba zikwazi uku-escortwa ukwenzela ziyeke ukwenzakaliswa. Siphinde sibe nengxaki yabantu abakhulu abangasakwaziyo uthatha i-treatment zabo. Abanye abantu bane-stroke, abanye abantu ba-paralyzed, but i-treatment bayazifuna azikwazi ufika kubo ngenxa yokubana asinabo abantu abasebenzayo abakulanda usikuyo. Umzekelo sinabo abantu abazi-caregivers, but aba bantu bazi-caregivers abaqeshwa, awukho umsebenzi. Baninzi, siyacela uburhulumente mabusijongele indlela yoba kuqeshwe abantu abazokwazi uthutha i-treatment ezikliniki bancedisane nabantu abangakwazi.
Nkosi kakhulu ma. Thank you.
Molweni. Speaker, ndizawungqala ngqo njengoba butshilo. Ndicela ubuza.
You are not going to introduce yourself, Mela.
Okay, ndingumela Ngondo from Ward 50 Zolanqeni cluster, phantsi ko-council uphezisa. Speaker, through wena ndicela ubuza kule ndlu ukuthi iza kwakhiwa nini iklinik yakula area yam Ward 50. Why ndibuza lo mbuzo? It's because it's been more than 15 years ya approve wayo into yoba ngaba kuza kwakhiwa iklinik phayana. Then i-councillor yayingu the late councillor Oprimali. Wafuna umhlaba, wafumana umhlaba, warizonwa umhlaba, but up to date ayikabikho iklinik. Xa sibuza kumane kuthiwa ithathiwe imali yasetyenziswa kwenye into of which is not acceptable to us. So kule ndlu ndicela ubuza iza kwakhiwa nini iklinik because iyanideka kula area kakhulu. Okwesibini, andanoba besiyonyonyisela okanye besiyothini bekuyothi wenziwa ntoni phayana. U-district manager Luphondwana phanga bomeyi beyile phaa kuthi esithi usiphathele i-mobile clinics. Savuya, at least siyancedisana nale nto siyifunayo. Wathi nge-following week izabe iyasebenza, yafunyanwa nendawo ezizawuma kuyo, wade wathi kuzaba khona oogqirha. I'm telling you, up to date, ayikabikho nalo.
Point taken. Point taken. You've made the point about the mobile clinics that's not coming. Thank you. Next speaker. Thank Mela.
Enkosi phambili. Mandizibulisele kuwo speaker nakwindlu yezomthetho yalapha eMpuma Koloni. Igama lam ndinguAndile wakamatsha. Ndiphuma ku Ward 44 phantsi ko-councillor uNdamse. Ndizaba mfutshane wena Madam Speaker. Eyokuqala into kukushokoxeka kwestaff eziclinics. Yona into iphondo ndibawela ba mayijonge kakhulu. Bekukho kaphuma ipost apha eDamen Clinic ye-pharmacy assistant, but akhange iphume i-appointment letter. Asiyazi kwenzeke ntoni ngalo post, ngaske iphondo liyijonge kahle loo nto leyo. I-mobile clinics ke nje basekutshiwe nkosi.
Much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Igama lam nguVuvu Maneli. I'm from Ward 46 under the leadership of Councillor Ngakula. Mine is also about the clinics. Iklinik kudala sayikhalazela ewardini. Abantu abadala basuka from far away to Letitia Day Hospital besiyela i-treatment zabo. Baphinde kwakhona endleleni bayarojwa ngoba kaloku laa ndawo inamahlathi akhoyo, so kulula into yoba maba-athekwe. Some cases siyabizwa kwezi ndawo kuthiwe khanisibizele i-ambulance, but asikwazi uqhubekeka simbizele umntu i-ambulance because asinazo i-tools of trade as i-ward committees. And also phones azina data sometimes, azina airtime, so asikwazi uqhubekeka ke imisebenzi yethu. Siyacela ke speaker into yoba naleyo into usidlulisele yona
Thank you.
as ward committee.
Thank you so much. Next speaker. That concludes Zola Ncinci. They've got 4 people speaking. Next one.
Bandibulise ku Madam Speaker. Ndibulise yonke indlu. Igama lami ndinguXolisile. NdiwakwaNgceshe. Ndilapha ka Ward 33 under uCouncillor uMzwandile Sidina. Mphathiswa i department yakho inento ezininzi of which ndiyacinga into yoba nezo letter sawuzithumela pha oba uzifunde zaba ninzi siyakunida thina singabantu abancedisa ezikliniki. Kukho igama endiqonda uba lindidike elithi shortage of staff. Uyabona elo gama elo bhetere kuthiwe kushokoxeke abasebenzi. Definitely sure nawe elo gama wawuliva ungekabi nguye umphathiswa. Abantu bethu abancedakali because eli gama uyawuthumile kuthiwe shortage of staff. Ezo zinto zisiphathi kakuhle. Okunye uthe umphathiswa bakathetha wathi oMMC bakhona pha kwamasipalate City Hall. Ndifuna uyithetha kule ndlu lonto abekho abo abekho for thina. If bebekhona ngengekho le legislature apha. Oyena mntu sifailayo kakhulu apha umasipalate. They are there for bababezi MMC for bona not for thina.
Thank you,
Ndiyacela ke
Tata.
mphathiswa
Your last
okokuba
point.
usincede ubuye.
Nkosi Tata.
Thank you. Yabakala. Yabakala. Oh. Igama lami uKuthamsanqa Ngatete. Under Champion Galela Cluster. Ndise plus mina eNdlovini phaya eBishiba. Under UPF. Phaya ko PF kukho storage ehamba kuzo zonke zastrate. Ikali ke kudala yaqala siyayiripota loo nto leyo ilunga nje kule game phinde ngengomso yonakale. Okwesibini kukho neetoilet ezavalwayo phaya ezithi indlala ebantwaneni bethu babeqeshwa phaya zavalwa, so we'd like ba zivulwe phaya eFairplus phaya eFairplus kukho i-dumping place bekusanda ukuchola umuntu phaya etyiwe zintaka. Kukho nelanto kulahlwa nemoto yonke loo nto leyo. Siyacela izibane mazilayitwe, asisalayite zabane 3 years yonke. Ingozi, please ndiyacela inkosi.
Nkosi kakhulu Tata. Next speaker.
Mandibulise kusomlomo. Mna ndingumama uBhusako usuka ka27. Phantsi koNceba, phantsi kokhansila uMleve. Inxeba ke linye sizawuthetha into enye apha. Kodwa ke ezi sezithethiwe ngoxa bam ndaziyeka zekliniki yaseSoweto naseFairplus ezincinci zayeka. Isicelo sam kwaba bantu baseParlamente khani sincede nithethe noRhulumente aqeshe amanesi. Ngoba kwa ugqirha simbona emveni kwenyanga ezintathu. Ugqirha ubuza kuwe engxamile. Ungxamile akanexesha lalento uyithethayo. Amanesi awekho wona. Kwakuthathwa inesi ebantwaneni kuthiwa mayizokhupha amayeza futhina. Kuthathwa amavolontiya kuthiwa makazokhupha amayeza kuthi. Ndithi ndawuthetha ndingumhlali ongakanana. Athi lo mntana mama ziyafana i-treatment. Athi ugqiba athi next abizwe osemveni kwami. Akanamdla wami. Ngelo xesha uyandibulala. Anjazi noba kuthiwa masisifana ngoba sibadala mhlambi imali endoda siyayigqiba. Khani sincede uRhulumente makaqeqeshe amanesi aqeshe nogqirha.
Thank you, Mama. Nkosi kakhulu. Last one from Champion.
Igama ndingusindiswa Kude, ndisuka kwa Ward 28, Councillor nguLuzuko Peter. Andizothetha into ininzi because sesi ile incwadi entweni into ezininzi sizaziyo. Qha ebendizoyicela, ndicela ikliniki yethu yi-Fear Plus Clinic, incinci kakhulu. Incinci ngangendlela yobana ukhen imagine yonke into ingena kulo mnyango, siyazazi izinto ke esekliniki, abantu banengxaki zabo, bangena kulo mnyango one, ezinye akungamelanga bangaba sizibonile. Sizocela ikliniki bethu naba mayandiswe yasekliniki. Abantu bahlala phandle, ewe ikhona icontainer, but la container incinci because kungena umuntu oyi-1 kuyo. So abanye bangaphandle, la kliniki isendleleni, ugqitha ngendlela, ubona umuntu uqonda hayibona ngubani usekliniki, ukwimeko enje, isetheni ke ngoku siyacela. Okwesibini sicela namayeza bethu nani. Sicela urhulumente afake amayeza kwikliniki yethu. Enkosi.
Kosi ma. Next speaker. That concludes Champion Galela. Next cluster.
Good evening, Speaker. My name is Nomatam Sangwa Donyela. I'm from Ward 23, Alex Matikinga. I'm only going to talk about two things here, Speaker. The issue at Motherwell Health Center. The Motherwell Health Center caters for the entire Motherwell. 25 years ago, the Motherwell was very small, but right now it is very big. So the emergency unit at Motherwell caters for everybody, and there's a shortage of staff there. There's only one doctor that sees to everybody, especially on weekends, the Friday, the Saturday, and the Sunday, where there's too much crime. Then that one doctor is supposed to see all those people. And then we also get the shortage of the nurses. We only have one registered nurse, one staff nurse, and also another person that will be assisting there. So that is why we find people dying in the queues at Motherwell Health Center. It is not the fault of the people that are working there, but it is because of the shortage. They cannot see to everyone. We to employ more staff. The second point is the issue of mental health. Motherwell also caters for every location there in Motherwell. So there's an issue of mental health. That is why you are seeing people full knowledge of some other things like your borderline personality disorders, like your other rare genetic syndromes. We need people that knows about all those things. If the department can employ those people,
point has been duly noted. Next speaker.
Malam Gunondutuzelo Nzeta, the Pumaka Ward 55, Pansko Councillor Udoda. Into esikelayo department my case is speed up process extension N11 clinic. Kukho ibobosi phayana ke siyacela human settlement are relocate labobosi plus site is N11 clinic. Okwesibini iThanqolo clinic i-operator ngoJojo Tank. uJojo Tank waseThanqolo clinic usebenza ngombane. Xa umbane umkile kula area la Georgia usebenzi community ayiserviswa iyagoduswa. Again eThanqolo clinic sicela ishelter for i-community apho izawulinda khona lo mzuzu kukho abahlala abangene apha eclinic beserviswa khona. Enye into yokugqibela sicela ke i-nurses both clinic u-security abe khona, sicela u-security wasebusuku ozawuthi xana begokile security ngofo no-nurse abe khona u-security.
Kosma, thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker.
Andizibulisele kuwe speaker kunye namalungu endlu nakubahlali bephela. Mna ndingu-Mrs. Andreas, ndisuka kwa Ward 59 kwi-Alex Matikinga. Phansi Councillor Ubulelani Mathenjwa. Ndiphethe into ezimbini. One, into ye Motherwell Healthcare Center. Engeso sibhedlele esipheleleyo. Into eyo ebangela into kokubana umthwalo weMotherwell. IMotherwell Healthcare Center ingakwazi ukuthwala ngoba iMotherwell ikhula kusasa nangokuhlwa. Eyesibini, so iMotherwell Healthcare Center kuyanideka bayi extendwe yandiswe la facility so that izothi cater for all i-residents zaphi zaseMotherwell. Eyesibini ngumba wento kokubana xana kumke abantu ndibithethwa ngumuntu wonke xa kumka abantu okumka inesi ziretirisha akubikho replacement yenze kube nzima ke ngokuba abantu bakwazi ukuserviswa ngendlela right. Okugqibela siMotherwell singu-Ward 59 sicela immobile clinic ibuye.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nkosima. Next speaker, the last one.
Mandizibulisele kumntu wonke olapha ngaphakathi ndizibulisele nakusomlomo. Ndinguvuyiswa Ndindwa. Phansi konosithembiso mayekiso ukansila wam. Ndise NU2 clinic. Ndizawuthetha nje into ezimbini. Okokuqala ndizele uzokhalazela indaba yekliniki yethu. Ikliniki yethu isendaweni esitheleyo engabonakaliyo naxa amaphara efuna ukuqhekeza. Into eyenzekayo koyethu ikliniki siyaqhekezelwa ngoku siyothuka into bangoku i-security kuthiwe asizosifumana ebusuku sikhutshelwa i-security zasemini because ebusuku lolona xesha amaphara adlala indima yawo. Okunye amanesi asebenza kabuhlungu ngaphakathi because awekho secured. Iroom zawo azinazi doors. So kungenwe sirojwe senziwe yonke into acinga uba bafuna uyenza yona. Isingathi ngoku sicela into yoba amagumbi onke abe secured. I-dispensary ibe secured ifakwe itrelido. I-reception ifakwe itrelido.
Nkosima.
Okokugqibela
Mama.
ndifuna ukuza apha kuni ke bantu baphezulu. Sizawuvolontiya kude kube nini? Saqala uvolontiya ngo-1992. Ndikudala kuvolontiya ngokuthi kule ndawo ndikuyo. Siphuma kumane kuthiwa thanks ayikho enye into ezotayo. Thanks.
Nkosi kakhulu mama. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes Alex. We'll now deal with the next cluster. Only 4 people. Over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Afternoon, Speaker. All protocols observed. Igama lam ndingumandisa Thwani. I'm from Government Cluster, Ward 21, and Ward Committee ka Public Health. MEC upresentile was mentioned clinics ezininzi, but phaka Ward 21 sine clinic A-day hospital clinic engakhange imentioned. Day clinic, clinic eyakhiwa many years ago. Get cardboards. It's collapsing now. It's not safe even for a patient. Iyanet. Previous councillor, Comrade Chodwana, why councillor Ngogo, I think it was 5 years back. We were promised that it's going to be rebuilt, but until today, we don't know the process maybe. Klasimbuza kumanager at delay is a province in Shamge or MEC bios update. Also, kwesibini athethile ama community app ngemeko ze clinics ne shortage of staff. Kunengxaki ke even kula shortage ye staff ikhoyo and a bad treatment and attitude towards the community members zethu. Xa usiya apha eclinic is that you will find ukubana sinabantu abaninzi from the community i-defaulters ngenxa ye-treatment erongo abangayifumaniyo eclinic. I don't know how ke Mama Souls inga improve njani la meko ye-treatment bad attitude from nurses towards abantu bakuthi. Okwesibini nale treatment yokuba kunomthetho kuthiwa ngumthetho pha eclinic that abantu mabafole ngaphandle until iclinic ivulwe. They are not allowed in the clinic before working hours. Nalo program ke bayanetha abantu abanye badlezana babeleka abantwana ngaphandle bavalelwe ngapha kwegate as clinic.
Thank you so much. I think you've made the point. Thank you. Next speaker.
Mandisibusele emzini. Ngu Beauty Nyakachalo from Ward 14. Pap Mbulelo Groupe councillor. Umna sedi covered zizo zonke speakers ezithetha apha ngaphambili. Emandikuveze into yokuba ngapha New Brighton Clinic. Although xa ungena ubona kukuhle ku-clean but pha ngasemva kuyi-rubble andiyazi ke funa ingubani oyisusileyo pha. Ndize empilweni clinic nempilweni hospital. Impilweni nayo imeko yakhona ikhontle. I think ifuna uimprove because abantu bangathi bafakwa ethini yenhlanzi. Also ndifuna imvisiswano between impilweni ne hospital, that is impilweni hospital, because apha kubekho i-patient stable xa kufuneka beyishiftele to a hospital kuba betshayisa 4:30 abakwazi because i-hospital ayibavumeli. And then loo nto irisult into yokuba ngaba unesi betshayisa 4:30 amisise ibhasi yokugoduka. Zezinye zeengxaki ezo. Kukho i-issue ke ukuba i-hospital impilweni bekuthiwa iya renovatwa yenziwe. Ikhona imali allocatedweyo. Phase 1 bamenzile. Up to now asiyazi bangaba what is the state of affairs. Yaziwa ke ngabahlali ise-TB hospital. Akayiwa into babachaze into bangaba it's no longer a TB hospital. Ndiyacela ke ezo zinto mazi-addresswe. Enkosi.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tata. Thank you. Last speaker, is that the last one? Oh no, the third one. Yes.
Manibulise endlini. Speaker, I think question yam seyibuziwe. Ndizawuza ne-suggestion ndi-comment. Ndicinga uba kule nto ye-safety ye-clinics
Which
kuthethwa
ward are you
ngayo.
from? Which ward are you from?
Okay, igama lam nguThembelani, ndingowakwaNqunqutha. Ndisuka ka-Ward 20 phaa kuKhansila uNgabase. Okay, ndizawusuggesta ndikhomente. Speaker, ndicinga uba kule nto ye-security kwi-clinics i-suggestion yam bekunawufakwa iikhamera zodwa. Ugovernment xa enoqasha ne-securities kwezi clinics zonke mhlawumbi crime ingehla. Yi-suggestion leyo. Ndikhomende across uhealth. Speaker, ubolile uDepartment of Health. Kuqashwa abantu passion but abana passion yalento bayenzayo. Abantu bakuthi indlela abaphathwa ngayo ezikliniki it's very painful. Abantu baya defaulter because bayalabelishwa ezikliniki. Kuthiwa xa ubheke ekliniki bangabungena kwa room 12 okanye kwa room 2 uyaziwa into yoba uyotya treatment ye-HIV. Uphela isidima sakho sisihla because of uyalabelishwa zinesi. Idoranginza i-problem yesibhedlele. Abantu bafika speaker umuntu athi bendilapha for 3 days akahoyakali. Andiyazi ba yintoni problem. If i-problem si-staff, why ugovernment angaqashi staff? U-Department of Health uyifumana kakhulu i-budget siyabukela but kwayena une-problem. Manike nibiza amanesi wenu niwaxelele that maba respect abantu abangathathi ntweni because
you.
kwi-private
You've made your
hospital
point.
xa begula bona baphathwa njengee-prince nee-princesses because
Nkosi
bayabhatala.
kakhulu.
They must do the same kwabantu bethu abangathathi ntweni.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. Last one under Governor Becky.
Good day, Speaker. Speaker, ndingusakekile Nombakuse from Ward 18. My concern first, MEC when ebes address apha, ndienda fumasto bana usinike ingxaki abanazo ngaphezu kwesisombululo. I-concern yam leyo because ndikholelwa into bana uyi-political head. Bekusuppose ba as head of departments zilapha zinezisombululo kwezi ngxaki besinika zona. Okulandelayo imeko yobumdaka eNelson Mandela Metro health. Speaker, iNelson Mandela Metro imdaka. Anzanda iboni idolophu enjenge Nelson Mandela Metro. If you can go to Buffalo City, it's better in Buffalo City than Nelson Mandela. Imdaka imetro yethu. In such a way, upresident bekune funding ibikhona last year. Apho ebefake imali emetro. Kwaqeshwa abantu mabachola-chole amaphepha. La project iphelile ngoku. Andiyazi bakuzaba yintoni Nelson Mandela Metro. Ndidlule ndize kule nto ibithethwa ngulo corporate usuka apha. I-issue yaseDora. eDora iya e-casualty nge-weekend eDora. Abantu bafika Friday or Thursday. Bawuhamba Tuesday. Abahoywa abantu. Bendiphaya mna last week. Xa ndiya kwinesi kuthiwa ziyatshintsha bezitshintsha ngo-7 ndiya kuzo mna at 8:30 koko bezitshintsha. I mean abantu bakuthi abakhathelwanga amaqabane.
You've made your point.
Siyacela abantu
Thank you
bakuthi
so much.
mabakhathelelwe.
Thank you.
Inkosi.
Thank you so much. I presume we are moving on to Molly Blackburn?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Over to you, Tat.
I'm from Molly Blackburn, Ward 40. My name is Patikalam Tutuzeli. I've got only one question. Is Masakane Clinic at Ward 40 Keha Green Bushes registered as a 24-hour service facility? I'm asking this question because there are no maternity and dental doctors in that clinic. That clinic serves 8+ VTs, 24 kilometers away from where that clinic is. That clinic is plus minus 30 or 35 kilometers from the city. People from the other VTs are supposed to take 2 taxis to Livingston to see dentist. So it is also very, very small. And also the machinery inside, the machinery are broken. Like for instance, during these last elections, another old lady was there were no oxygen machines in that clinic.
Of course, Tata. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've made your point. Thank you. Next speaker.
Speaker, allow me to say all protocol. My name is Matapelo Litsuso. I am coming from Ward 5, Molly Blackburn cluster. I wish to raise certain challenges to Central Clinic. Madam Speaker, in 2016, there was a visit that was done by certain officials at the clinic, and residents were promised that there is going to be a new clinic. Until today, that has not happened. To an extent that, Madam Speaker, there is land that was identified that is vacant not far from the clinic, and the land does not belong to anybody. So that land was the one that was going to be utilized to build the new clinic. Because at Ward 5, we have what we call catchment areas. By saying that, I'm meaning that there are close to 10 areas that are supposed to be served by that particular clinic. And that clinic does not have capacity to serve all those particular areas. At certain times, you'll find that there is even shortage of medication because the clinic does not have capacity. And also, I wish the issue of staff can also be addressed, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. Ashley DeLanga from Ward 2, Molly Blackburn Cluster. In the report, a finding was made on the effects of the high violent crime rate within Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, which is compromising security and service delivery in many healthcare facilities. How many healthcare facilities within the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro have been affected by high violent crime rate within NMBM? And does the department have an action plan to address the safety and the concerns of its staff and patients? Thank you.
Thank you so much. To the point. Last speaker for the day.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. My name is Maki Chotane. I represent Molly Blackburn. My question is on health report about Toranginza that has 6 theaters that are operating, but only 2 that are operational. So I want to know from the department, have any operational plan to ensure that all 4 non-operational theatres are fixed, ensure that they become operational. My second question is about the clinic in Motherwell, NU11. The clinic there doesn't have electricity and water backup system. I want to know from the department, are they planning on installing backup water and electricity system for the clinic? If so, when will the system be installed?
Thank you. Thank you. Which ward were you from?
5.
Ward 5, again. Thank you. That concludes the public participation process. We will now ask the Honorable MEC to come to the podium, where we will be affording her 15 minutes to respond, noting, MEC, that you also have questions from yesterday that was posed. I am not quite sure that exodus, that major exodus that is happening there, the MEC will be on the podium. You have asked your questions and the MEC will now respond. MEC Mvoko, get out of the way for the MEC. Your 15 minutes starts now, MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you and greetings to the members of the legislature. Ngibulise nakubahlali bonke ndingabacalanga baseGqeberha. It's quite a marathon of questions, MEC. Speaker, I will try my level best to come in to respond, but I don't think I can be able to cover all questions. But what I know at most of the questions were a repetition. Even the questions that were submitted to me for yesterday, the very same people did manage, Speaker, to raise the same questions here because I read the questions. One, we need to acknowledge that the population of Nelson Mandela is growing. As a result, our facilities are unable to cater with the growth of the population. The shortage of staff, I don't even want to say the word shortage of staff, but it's the reality and it's something that is there. As the department, we are in a process of finalizing an organogram so that we are able to appoint accordingly. We have not reviewed our organogram for quite some time. We are in a process of doing that, and we commit that by the end of the financial year, which is next year, March, the organogram will be complete. Then we'll be able to deal with that. Coupled with that, there are facilities, especially in the metro, across the province that are overstaffed but do not have patients. And there are facilities that have patients and are short-staffed. And then as the department, we are going to do what is called repurposing. I think there was somebody who raised an issue of Empilweni. Empilweni is one of those facilities that we are supposed to repurpose. But we have learned it the hard way with the Osmond. Therefore, as the department, we need to do what is called a thorough and a proper engagement and consultation when it comes to the issue of repurposing, because it affects the community, it affects the employees. So we must do a thorough and a due diligence, because we did that in Osmond and we were taken to court and employees were there sitting doing nothing because they had a court order. So that is what is delaying us, because we do believe that if we can be able to repurpose, we'll be able to take a staff from one facility to another, especially in the TB hospitals, because the regimen that we have, that the treatment that we use now, we no longer need people to be in our facilities because of the new treatment. Therefore, we are repurposing. So we're of the view that if we repurpose, if we finish our organogram, then we can be able to appoint, but we can only be able to appoint within the available budget. We can say we have enough money, but as the department, we do not have enough money. Department of Health, litigations. We plan, we budget, but when there's a court order that says, Ubani Nobani took you to court and you were, there was a judgment against you, therefore you must pay. It means we stop everything, we take that money and pay people that have taken us to court. So that's one challenge that we have as a department. On the issue of security, most of our facilities are unfunctional because of that. One, our staff are burnt out because they are scared, because they are overstretched. The issue of crime cannot be an issue of the Department of Health, cannot be an issue of the Department of Safety only, but it needs the society, it needs the community. So if we work together, we can be able to deal with the issues of crime. We have about 9 CHCs in the metro, but only 2 that are operational. They are operational, others are closed because of crime. And it's something that is beyond our control. But we are doing everything in our power as a department. As a result, we have set aside 11 million to deal with issues of security, only for Nelson Mandela Metro. We have tried in other facilities, like the Joyce Pearson, like the other clinics, to put security fence, to put panic buttons, and we have employed in the last financial about 231 securities for our facilities. We know that is not enough, but we are doing everything that we can with the limited resources that we have as a department to address that. But we are calling upon with the community of Nelson Mandela to deal with the issue of crime, because it affects us as a Department of Health, and we are unable the service that we are supposed to render. The clinics of Nelson Mandela, most of them were clinics from the municipalities long time ago, and then they were transferred to the province. That is why most of the clinics you are saying are too small. They were municipal clinics, and then they were transferred. We can't build a clinic in every ward. It's not practical, it's not possible. And as a department, we have norms that you need about 10,000 to service for you to have a clinic. Therefore, we can't each and every ward have a clinic. It's not possible. That is why you'll have a clinic that is serving different wards, because we look at the number of people that will be able to be catered by that population. But we do understand that there are quite a number of clinics that needs renovations, but we know the one of NU11, we know the one on NU8, KwaZakhele, we already set aside a budget. We are in a process of procuring. We are going to renovate. We've set aside 8.8 million to renovate that clinic. There's a clinic that has been raised that was, I think it was 120, that was promised a long time ago. We will look into that as the department. I'm trying to cover up everything. Tandukolo Clinic, we know about it. We are procuring the Jojo tank that you are talking about. It will be delivered by the end of November. NU 11 extension of the shelter, it was a clinic extension, I need extension, Ikamvelisha clinic is those, we have what is called a master plan as the department. All our facilities that needs renovations, that need to be rebuilt, we do have a master plan, but we can't be able to do all of these things at the same time. That is why we do it in bits and pieces. Most of the projects of Gqeberha were planned in this financial year, but because there was a court order that said we must pay for litigations, we had to redirect the funds and put everything on hold. As a result, we are only implementing 2 projects out of the 8 projects that we have planned as the department. Hence, I was saying the issue of a litigation is the reality. So when you cooperate with Amagweta that want to rob the department, you must know that people will suffer because imali izawuthathwa. I think, Chair, I have tried to cover everything. Ezinye requests that we must go and sit and look into it, but are not really questions. But there were 2. How many clinics that were affected by violent crimes? I do not have a number by head. Because whenever there's an incident, we do report to Amapolisa. So I don't have it by head, but I have said earlier about 9 CHCs, only 2 that are operational because of crime. And also to deal with the issue of overcrowding in our hospitals, we do request our people not to go to hospitals because abantu bakuthi prefer to go to a hospital than going to a clinic. That's how we are as South Africans. We just need to change how we do things. But also, the issue that was raised by Utatu Mfundisi of using churches as centers of distribution, we have already done that in other areas. But you just need to follow a process of being accredited to do that. But it's something that we do. It is called I don't want to abbreviate it. It's CCMDD, but I want to call it in the full name, Central Chronic Medicine Dispensing and Distribution Program, where we are able to partner with or cliques, partner with ShopRite, partner with traditional leaders, whoever is available to take this service. Our hands are open. You can come and engage with us, but we go through a process of being assessed and then it is approved. But we do encourage our people to use that service because our facilities are full only because people are going there just to get treatment. But if we can register on the CCMDD program, you'll be able to elevate the pressure in our facilities. I think, Chair, I've tried to cover everything. If there's any outstanding question, or the issue of Dorangins and the 2 theaters, the challenge of Dorangins and the theater, it is not about the issue of malfunction, but it has everything to do with the shortage of staff. We are working on that. I was at Doranginza yesterday. I looked at those theaters, but we are trying to use other theaters. But one important thing is for us to appoint specialists. But we're trying to do that, but we can't employ everyone at the same time because we've got limited budget. We've got a grant that deals with issues of specialists, but we try. Doranginza, we're trying to do everything. We've sent a team as the national to address all the issues of Nelson Mandela. Mugete, you can stand up, Mugete, backbone is from the head office to look at the issues of Nelson Mandela holistically. There is a team, they are meeting every day to address the challenges of Nelson Mandela, even those that were raised by the committee. That is why we established that team to come and address challenges of Nelson Mandela. It's working in every day. As a result, with that team, we are now opening a clinic at the end of November, Costin, that was closed. We have renovated it, we're opening it. It's going to work for 24 hours. All of you know that Costin was closed because of shortage of staff and crime, but we are working on it. By end of November, it will be operational to relieve the pressure from the Livingston Hospital. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Can we do better and acknowledge the response of the MEC? Yes. Thank you so much. Honorable members, that brings to a close the questions and responses by the MEC, the first part of the morning session that has now to 20 to 3. I will allow the secretary to make a few announcements as we will be adjourning for lunch. Do not rush out. There's been quite a few undisciplined members that just rushed out here so that we can direct it where to go. Also to note that because we are such a huge group, Honorable Chief Whip, we wanted to cut down the lunch to 45 minutes, but I was advised that it will take about an hour to feed everybody. That means we will be back within an hour, and then we still have 3 reports and a debate to take place. I think we must just be cognizant of that, that will be taking place. We will now allow the secretary, and thereafter we will then adjourn for lunch so that we know where we should be going. Over to you, secretary.
Can I have your attention just for the announcements?
Order, honorable members. Can you please be quiet and listen?
This is to announce where we will be taking our lunch. We have various categories and various places where people are going to be taking the lunch. The lunch for the members of the legislature, the chiefs, the councillors, heads of departments, municipal managers, as well as the executive, and guests will be served in the rugby club. The rugby club is just on your left. If you go out the back door, even if you go out in front, but you go to your left, you go into a gate and there is a pavilion on your left, you go past it and you see red brick stairs, you go up and that is where the rugby club is. It's a 2-minute walk for those that can walk, but for those honorable members that cannot be able to do the walk, the vehicles that brought them here are outside waiting for them to take them to the rugby club. I am also urging that only the people that have been listed here must go to the rugby club. No accompanying officials must go to the rugby club because we've got a place for officials where they must have lunch. Officials shall have their lunch served at the cricket club, which is there by the gate just opposite the tents. And we also have lunch for members of the public that will be served in the tents by the gate as you are entering the tents that we passed there where you had your breakfast. That is where then the lunch will be served. There's going to be 7 stations for the public. You must just join any of those queues to be able to receive your lunch. We also want to make an announcement. There's a lost and found. Someone left their phone at the scanner as they were entering there at the back. The police have it, so you would then go to the police and identify yourself to them. Lastly, it is also requested that the guests must remain seated as the procession of the speaker goes out, and the MPLs must follow immediately that procession, and only after the members of the legislature have left the house, then can members of the public arise and then go to their lunch venues. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Secretary. I already see undisciplined members there going out. I should actually ask the security to close that gate just to be spiteful. Honorable members, yes, thank you for standing still. I like that. Yes, and be seated. Look there how disciplined they are now. All members that have taken these headsets, please leave them on your chair. You can't use them at home. These are not compatible for you to use on any device at home. Please let them remain on your seats. After lunch, there is the second session where the formal House proceedings will continue. You are welcome to join us, but please do note, members of the public will not be able to participate during that process. That is where the debates of the House will take place, but you are more than welcome to observe those proceedings. May we all go to lunch back within an hour. That means we'll be back at 3:45. Thank you.